Just start us off with the roll call.
Good morning, Commissioners. District 1, Commissioner Shernock. District 2, Commissioner Hampton. District 3, Commissioner Herbert.
Here.
District 4, Commissioner Forsyth.
Here.
District 5, Chair Shadid.
Here.
District 6, Commissioner Carpenter.
Present.
District 7, Commissioner Wheeler Reagan. District 8, Commissioner Blair. District 9, Commissioner Sleeper. District 10, Commissioner Housewright.
Present.
District 11, Commissioner Epler. District 12, Commissioner Hawk. District 13, Commissioner Hall.
Here.
He's online.
District 14, Commissioner Kingston. Here. And place 15, Vice Chair Rubin.
I'm here.
You have quorum, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Commissioners. Today is Thursday, October 24th, 9:08 a.m. Welcome to the briefing of the Dallas City Planning Commission. Commissioners, as always, this is a time for questions to staff. We will keep all our comments to the hearing this afternoon beginning at 12:30. And let's just jump right into the agenda, beginning with item number 1. And let the record reflect that Vice Chair Rubin has a conflict on this item and has stepped out of the chamber. Oh, that's right. So Commissioners, let the record reflect that this case has come off consent and will be held under advisement. So we will brief it when it comes back on November 21st. So let the record reflect that Vice Chair Rubin can come back into the chamber. And he is back in the chamber, so we can go to item number 2.
Morning, Chair. Can everybody hear me?
Good morning, we can.
Wonderful.
Pardon me, this item has also come off consent and will be held under advisement on November 7th. So we will brief it then. And takes us to case number 3 that is going to be heard today and is on consent.
Morning.
Good morning.
And Chair, I'm going to ask that this come off of consent.
Thank you very much. We'll take off consent number 3.
Can you all see my screen?
We can't see the screen. Thank you.
Great. So this is case number Z234239. It's a new SUP for 4107 West Camp Wisdom. So it's a new SUP for a commercial amusement inside, a use limited to a dance hall. The request is for a 5-year time period, and it's located on the north line of West Camp Wisdom Road between South Cockrell Hill and American Way. It is in District 3. Here's the location. Here's the aerial map. And here is the zoning and surrounding uses. It is within a CR district. There is a restaurant with a drive-through directly to the south. To the west, there is an auto sale and medical use. To the east, a vacant use, and then some single family further to the east, as well as to the north, past the north parking lot, and then retail to the southeast. So it's currently vacant retail. It's located within a CR community retail zoning district, and it's approximately 4,800 square feet. Here is on-site looking north, and then look at the remainder of the shopping center. Here's the site plan. Apologies for the blur on here, but it is this end unit located right here. And then staff's recommendation is approval for a 5-year period subject to site plan and conditions.
Questions, Commissioners?
Yes,
Commissioner Herbert, please.
Mr. Kerr, can you tell me, can you go back to the site plan that shows the uses around the area?
Sure.
So we approved about 2 meetings ago, a similar use directly next to this star. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct. It's about, I believe, 3 storefronts down.
Okay, and next to them is a medical facility, correct?
To the west, yes.
Thank you. And directly next to the restaurant with drive-through, there's a parcel of land there that you don't have marked to the other side of your mouse.
Right here. Oh, here?
Yep. Do you know what
so
do you know what that use is?
That's parking uses, and
No, there's a building there, right there where your mouse is.
right here. I didn't see this whenever I drove through the site. I believe that from what I could tell, it was just parking there.
Okay, I believe that is another similar use. Can you check on that and let me know?
I can check on that, yes.
Thank you. So do we have, what's the rules around having so many of the same uses in the same area? I don't think the area plan calls for this to be an entertainment district per se.
It does not. So there were no rules against having a secondary use here for this within this zoning district. I believe that Michael might be able to answer that a little bit more than I can on this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add that there's no spacing requirement baked into the zoning, and we don't typically look at anything like a critical mass or anything, or excuse me, not critical mass, but a saturation or anything like that. We look at whether the use for the site is appropriate, not necessarily consideration of how many there are, unless the code gives us a criteria to evaluate that on, which for this use it has not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes, given that this is a dance hall, the parking requirement is going to be higher than the one parking space per 100 square feet of floor area. Have you calculated what the projected parking requirement is going to be, given that they're going to have a dance floor, assuming they're having a dance floor since it's a dance hall?
Yes, I did. So the dance floor is roughly 308 square feet, and the dance floor requirements are 1 per 25 square feet of dance hall space. So that roughly added about 13 spaces there. So we took the 308 square footage out of the overall 4,800 square feet. And the remainder of the site requires 45 spaces. So overall it's 58 spaces, which this site more than covers.
Right. Thank you. Given that this is a new use at this location with some residential adjacency, could you explain the reasoning behind the recommendation that they be given a 5-year SUP?
Sure. So we did not see any issues since the entry and exit were in the front of the building, and there were no plans to have anyone congregating in the rear of the building, more adjacent to the single family uses to the north. We didn't have any issues with the time period because there was no, from speaking with the applicant, there was no potential for congregating in the rear to disrupt single family users to the north.
All right. And similarly, you did not have a concern with a 3 a.m. closing time?
I did. Since this isn't a bar, lounge, or tavern, there's not a stop serving time period here specific to this. So I didn't have any initial concerns, no, but that is something that we can speak with the applicant about.
All right. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Houseright.
Just a question about the parking that is at the rear of the building. That parking is in effect landlocked because of the way the property lines are configured. And so clearly the applicant has rights to that parking by way of traveling across someone else's property, known as a cross-access agreement. Do they have to produce evidence that they've got that agreement when they apply for a case like this? Because, again, the only way they're going to be able to use that parking is by driving across other people's property.
I can speak to that, yeah. So they don't have to produce evidence of that for this hearing. Any time we verify that they have enough parking, it's not this hearing, it's at permitting to get their certificate of occupancy. So to prove that that this is accessible parking, this is usable parking, and that it doesn't count against other uses in their overall mix must be demonstrated to permitting.
I'll ask one other question that pertains to the entire briefing this morning. I'm just curious when the staff reports will start referencing Forward Dallas 2.0.
Good question, great question. It's going to be on a case-by-case basis in which cases that are submitted after the date of approval of the new Forward Dallas. So it might be a minute, but with your simpler cases that have a faster track from their submission in late September to today, then you'll start seeing that using as a metric for staff reports.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. We'll keep moving. Takes us to case number 4, which has also come off consent.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is case Z234-242. It's an application for a new tract on property zone Tract 2 within Planned Development District number 775. And the purpose of the request is to permit CR, community retail district uses, and standards to develop the property with commercial uses. Location map. This is the zoning map. It is surrounded by undeveloped land, office, mini warehouse use, and retirement housing. The applicant proposed to create a new sub-district within Planned Development number 775. The base zoning district for the current Tract 2 is MF2A. The purpose of the new tract will have a base zoning district of community retail. The site is currently undeveloped and is located on the north line of Northwest Highway between Lock Haven Drive and Little Water Drive. The applicant proposes to develop the site with community retail uses in which this amendment is seeking to accomplish. The next few pictures will be pictures of the site and the surrounding area. This is the conceptual site plan. This is the proposed amendment. These are the development standards. And staff recommendation is approval. And Commissioner Carpenter, I do have that photo of the existing conceptual plan that I can show as well.
Thank you very much. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Houseright.
You noted that this would be off consent to amend some of the allowable uses.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes, ma'am. With the new conceptual plan, there will no longer be just a Tract 2. There's a Tract 2A and 2B. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if that being the case, I think in section 114C, there needs to be an edit where it says in Tract 2, a minimum 6-foot wide unobstructed sidewalk must be provided, and it tells where it needs to be along Northwest Highway, because by the new conceptual plan, only Tract 2B will have a sidewalk on Northwest Highway.
Yes, ma'am. And then I also showed your email to the applicant as well, and Mr. Rob is here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And that was, yeah, that's kind of an interpretation thing that we, sometimes we'll say that something applies overarching to multiple things in a tract, but the way we read it and interpreted it thus far that it applies to both, but in practice it applies to only one because it's only located on, there's only one portion with frontage. It is something that we can fix it, and if deemed necessary at the ordinance creation.
Vice Chair Rubin?
What is the intent with that structure closest to East Northwest Highway? Do you know what they,
No, sir, I don't, he didn't really go into full details about what his intent is. He did provide a conceptual site plan, that I have listed there, but more specifics, you can ask Mr. Rob about that.
okay, I'll have questions for him at the public hearing. Thanks.
Commissioner Houserath?
Ms. Bridges, did you know that the building at the front next to Northwest Highway is going to be retail? And did you know the building at the back is going to be daycare?
That's what he have on the site plan, yes, sir. But he didn't go into full detail about exactly what he wanted to do. He just have it here.
If I could ask one other question. In your staff report, I was just curious about your sentence that there is other community serving retail in this block, something to that effect. And when you say this block, what are you referencing? What geographic area? Because you've got senior living on one side, you've got single family on the other. I just wondering what you were looking at.
I was referencing the uses along Northwest Highway.
Along Northwest Highway?
Yes, sir.
In general?
Yes, sir, in general. I should have specified that more in the
Okay,
staff report.
got it, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on this item, commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Please.
yeah, there was a letter in opposition that mentioned vacant buildings in the vicinity. Is that true? Is that relevant?
I didn't hear him.
Can you repeat your question, Commissioner Hall?
Yeah, I'm sorry. One of the letters in opposition mentioned vacant buildings in the immediate area. And why couldn't they be used instead of a new development? I've not seen this site. I have no knowledge of it, but does that have any relevance in this case?
I venture to bet they're talking about that vacant space to the west, and we're not going to take that into consideration. The status of that we're going to take into account zoning capacity that zoning has. There's in this case wouldn't be able to build without a rezoning in our case on this site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item, commissioners? Okay, we'll go to item number 5. This one has also come off consent.
Morning, Commission.
Morning.
Bear with me. Can everyone see my screen?
Not yet.
How about there?
There it is. Thank you.
Wonderful. It's case Z234-276. It's an application for an amendment to SCP number 2326 for an alcoholic beverage establishment limited to a bar, lounge, or tavern. It's at about a 0.18 acre site across 2 properties, and that includes about a 1,696 square foot unit. Just some zoning history for you. It's in PD 621. That's the old Trinity Design District, Subdistrict 1. It is within the CBD downtown demolition delay overlay as well. I can see its location of the site there. Again, crossing those 2 properties. Taking a look at the zoning map and surrounding uses, some parking uses to the north, restaurant uses across Market Center, as well as some office, showroom, and warehouse uses in the vicinity. During the site visit, taking a look at the building from Market Center. Down Market Center, you can see that angled parking off the street there. Up Market Center. To the rear of the building, see an access point there from a parking area. The adjacent site there. No requested changes to the existing site plan associated with the SUP. I can see the area of request there, that almost 1,700 square feet there. So changes. With that, staff's recommendation is approval for a 5-year period with eligibility for automatic renewals for additional 5-year periods. And I am happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Questions, commissioners? Okay, no questions. We'll keep going. On case number 6.
Yes, sir. I believe that's mine as well. This is case Z234-278, dated 2617 Commerce. It's an application for an amendment to SUP number 1767. That's allows for an alcoholic beverage establishment limited to a bar, lounge, or tavern, as well as an inside commercial amusement limited to a live music venue. Sub area is about 0.05 acre. Some zoning history for you. It's in 269. That's the Deep Ellum near East Side District, Tract A specifically. This SUP is set to expire next month. You can see its location there. The area of request in red there, sort of off the street, interior to the site. Taking a look at the zoning map and surrounding uses, some miscellaneous retail uses, restaurants, things of the sort, and down Commerce. Taking a look at the site here, I can see the entrance. It's gated, and then further in, taking a look at that site up on the second floor as well. Is the existing site plan. No changes requested. And with that, staff does recommend approval for a 6-year period subject to many conditions. Happy to answer any questions you have.
We do. Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you. Just one question. The prior renewal period was 4 years. Prior to that, it was 2. Could you speak to why the recommendation in this request is now for 6?
Sure. It's a great question. So the applicant did request the 6-year period. We felt, given the recent extensions and approvals of those SUP renewals, we felt that that was an appropriate time frame and didn't have any qualms with it.
And are you aware that the Deep Ellum Foundation regularly helps review because of the number of SUPs in the area, and that the typical maximum length is 5 years? That is the spot considered?
I have heard that, and I believe the applicant's been in communication with them. But again, just given those existing extensions, we felt that the 6 years was still appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions on this item, Commissioners? Okay, we'll take this one off consent. We'll go to the next case.
Thank you, Chair.
Which is number 7, that has also come off consent and will be held under advisement. Okay. Do we need to brief it today, Commissioner Herbert? No? We'll brief it then? Okay. What date? 21st. Thank you, sir. Commissioners, let the record reflect that item number 8, Commissioner Carpenter has a conflict and has stepped out of the chamber. So 8 is off consent as well.
Good morning from the other side. This is Z234302, and it is located in West Dallas generally. And it's an application for an amendment to Plan Development District number 1099 on the southeast corner of West Commerce and Neal Street. It's about 8.73 acres. And the purpose of the request is just to allow modified landscaping provisions, everything else staying the same, to develop multifamily there. Here's the site as it exists today. Here's the zoning as it's approved. It's PD 1099, multiple tracks within, and there's industrial to the north. There's some industrial to the east as well as undeveloped property. Some single family to the north up the hill, undeveloped up there as well, and then there's some outside storage and undeveloped uses to the west. So this is recently approved PD 1099 2023, which just generally permits multifamily, has some non-residential components to that zoning. Only request needed here is some quick changes to the landscaping in response to moving through permitting and identifying some site conditions that are constraining. So quickly, as you've seen the site before, but here's the site from Commerce. Move around Commerce, go up Neal, go up the hill, and around the corner up to Seal Street, then back Commerce, still industrial uses across Commerce, some industrial uses, and then looking west, down Commerce. That's the corner of Commerce and Neal. That's me trying to get up Neal Street, looking into the sun, and that's the intersection of Seal and Neal at the top of the hill. Then looking back up the street. So no changes are needed to the conceptual plan. Conceptual plan primarily identifies the location of tracks. There's no modification to the boundaries of tracks in this. And the development plan also does not need changes. The development plan simply describes where the buildings can be, but there are no changes requested by this. Building lines and locations shall remain the same, as well as the general area of the tree preservation area. Development standards will remain the same. I'll only highlight them if we need to. Only changes in this case are in regards to landscaping. So I'll put it in plain terms that there are significant utility conflicts on West Commerce, that in typical Article 10, they'd be able to replace their trees, their large or medium trees with two small trees. Not possible in how the existing code was written here. It just called for one large tree rather than allowing for that Article 10 reduction. However, it's still an increased density than would be in Article 10, as it's 1 every 15 feet rather than one in 20. So typically code has one large tree to 40, replaceable by 2. We're knocking it to 1 small tree per 15, which is still an increase on the Article 10 planting, which is important to maintain in staff size along Commerce, where we've got industrial uses to the north, a little better buffering for the quality of life of the people in this development. And then second, Track 3 still is proposed to remain a very large tree preservation zone. There's a small portion at the top of the retaining wall that needs to be built there, significant grade on this site from north to south. That requires a small amount of infrastructure and safety slopes to be built in at the top of that retaining wall. However, each tree that gets removed is going to have to be proved as necessary to remove by a city arborist, that it's necessary in order to build the retaining wall. Ultimately, they must prove that those trees need to be removed individually. So staff recommendation is approval subject to conditions.
Questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you, sir. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Carpenter is coming back in the chamber. Commissioners, let's table number 12 for the moment, and we'll go to 13. 9 and 10. Pardon me, I'm on the wrong page. Yes, let's table number 9 and 10, and we'll go to number 13. Has number 13 been briefed before, Commissioner House, right? Okay, we'd like a brief today. Okay. Let's go to 13. Good morning.
Morning. Item number 13 is KZ 234207. The request is an application for a TH3A Townhouse District with deed restrictions volunteered by the applicant on property zoned in R7.5A Single Family District. It is located on the southwest corner of Greenville Avenue and Old Greenville Road, south of Forest Lane and north of Royal Lane. This is a location map, aerial map, a zoning map. To the north is under constructions for single family. Towards the west is single family, and towards the east is single family. The area request is currently undeveloped. The applicant is proposing to develop the site with 9 detached residential homes. They are requesting a TH3A. The applicant has volunteered deed restrictions that would, 1, limit the property to a maximum of 9 dwelling units, 2, require a minimum side yard of 3 feet, and 3, limit a maximum height of 30 feet, and 4, limit maximum of stories above grade to 2 stories. Staff recommends a base TH3 district because the deed restrictions as proposed do not offer significant regulatory oversight beyond the base district. And this item was held, no changes have been made to request since the last hearing. These are some of the site photos. On-site looking southwest, looking southeast, looking northeast, looking east, surrounding uses, looking southeast, looking northeast, looking northwest, looking southwest, and these are the development standards. As I mentioned, the applicant has volunteered deed restrictions that would require a minimum side yard of 3 feet, that restrict the property to a maximum of 9 dwelling units, that limit the maximum height to 30 feet, and limit the maximum stories to 2 stories. And then the site, it is within the District 10 land use study. The request is consistent with the goals of District 10 land use study. The proposed use encourages owner-occupied residential development for a diversity of income and lifestyle needs. And such recommendation is approval.
Thank you very much. Questions, commissioners? Any questions on this item? Commissioner Hall, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Ms. Garza, what's the nature of the single-family homes being built to the north? I'm sort of under the impression there's something special or different about those.
I am not sure. I just know that it is PD number 383.
Okay, maybe I'll ask that question this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rubin?
Ms. Garza, are you aware that it's a shared access development?
No, the one on the north?
I believe so.
I'm not aware, but I'll look into it.
Are you aware that Mr. Baldwin, I believe, also handled that case when it came through last time, so he would be able to answer any questions?
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions on this item, commissioners? Okay. Let's see what's left. Okay, commissioners, let's take a break and be back online at 10. It's not a D7 case, it's a D2 case. So we'll brief that one next, and then perhaps if Commissioner Wheeler is not in, we'll just brief her cases before we hear them. So we'll go to case number 14. Mr. Kerr.
So this is case Z234306. It is a new SUP for 2824 Main Street. So it's a new SUP for a bar, lounge, or tavern and an inside commercial amusement limited to a live music venue. The request was for a 2-year time period with eligibility for automatic renewals. It's located on the southwest corner of Main Street and Malcolm X Boulevard. So this is located here in Deep Ellum. The background of the building is located within PD 269 Tract A. It was formerly occupied by a similar use, and it has frontage on both Main Street and South Malcolm X Boulevard. Here's the aerial map, and then surrounding uses, similar uses throughout in the area. Here is across Main Street looking south towards the site. Here is across Malcolm X looking west. And then here is on Malcolm X looking northwest as well. Here's the site plan. And then the staff's recommendation is approval for the 2-year period without automatic eligibility for automatic renewals.
Thank you, sir. Questions, Commissioner Hampton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kerr, are you aware if this is a new operator at this site? It's a new SUP. Is it also a new operator?
I believe it is.
So have you been able to be in contact with the representative on the case?
I have. I can confirm. I'll confirm with him before the hearing on this.
Okay, well, I believe he'll be here at the hearing as well, and we can ask for confirmation then. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Carpenter?
The report says that this is a 5,000 square foot building and that no parking is required for the first 2,500 square feet, but it doesn't address where the parking would be for the remaining 2,500 square feet of the building, which would be parked at 1 to 100.
So the remaining parking would be with the pay for lots within the area within Deep Ellum, which I can bring up the code there. That also allows for that parking to be off-site. There's a parking lot directly catty corner across Malcolm X and Main Street from here.
And that must be demonstrated at permitting as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask the applicant.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioners, on this item? Okay, so then just for our agendas, Commissioners, I think that's all the cases except for the D7 cases. D7 cases we will brief before we hear them this afternoon. And just as an FYI, case number 27, Commissioner Hall has requested a brief of that one, so we will be briefed on that case before we hear it. And case number 23 has come off consent. And unless I missed a case, I believe that is at 13.
We did.
We did do 13. Any other questions or comments, Commissioners? Commissioner Herbert, please.
So did you mention 14?
14 we just did, yep.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay.
14 we just briefed, so that leaves only the D7 case. Go ahead.
11.
Are we going to hold that one? Okay. You want it briefed? Okay. 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 Perfect. To the 21st.
11 will be held to the 21st.
The signs, let's do the signs. Perfect. Code amendment's going to be held as well. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner, members of the City Plan Commission. My name is Oscar Aguilera, and I'm with the Science team. Bear with me so I can share the PowerPoint presentation. Can everybody see the presentation on your screen? Okay. So, application SPSD 234-001 is an application to create a new special provision sign district on a property zone MU2 mixed-use district. The purpose of the request is to request a special provision sign district in an area commonly known as the Redbird Mall that will allow for uniformity signage throughout the mall's property and entrance. The proposed Redbird Mall is located or is bounded by East Camp Wisdom Road, US 67, and S Westmoreland Road. As you can see it by the start, it shows the location. Here is the aerial map and the zoning map. As you see, it is a pretty extensive area. If you see the boundary mark on blue, you will see that there's more of internal circulation than what is visible by the public right-of-way. So the background for this is that the request is to create a new special provision district, as already stated. This property is being redeveloped with mixed uses that includes a grocery store. The sign is essential to the economic success of the proposed development of Redbird Mall. The success of this development will provide more accessible goods and services to the City of Dallas Southwest neighborhoods. This request proposes to create a new special provision sign district in an area commonly known as Redbird Mall that will allow for uniform signage throughout the mall's property and entrance. This is some of the proposed signs that the applicant is proposing so that it can bring an area. When I was at the location and I was there to take pictures and see how the area was, I didn't even know that there was a hospital within that area. So I noticed that it is imperative to have a good signage. If there's a proposed grocery store, that will also be kind of difficult for people to know that there's a grocery store there unless that they're from the area and they have been at that location before. So I'll just go over the proposed signage, which is also on the report. If you want me to talk about it, please. I will go back to the signs. And this is one of the areas that I was talking about that has the hospital. And then this is the internal circulation that I was talking about. Some of the signs will be to direct people to the different retail and hospital and grocery store and other areas. If you see this area right here, this is where the proposed grocery store will be located. And then, as I stated, staff observed that most of the new development is within the internal traffic circulation of Redbird Mall. Most of the new business are not visible from the public right-of-way. The UT Southwest Medical Center and internal retail business were not visible to city staff during the site visit. The businesses were only visible upon staff entering the private internal vehicular circulation. And then the business therefore, staff assessment is that the signage will be essential to the economic success of the proposed redevelopment of Redbird Mall. The proposed special provision sign districts will complement the current zoning and land compatibility. Furthermore, the proposed special provision sign district will promote the area's economy, the safety of the persons and the property. Here is the site visit. I kind of mark next to it an arrow so that you can see where the photograph was taken at the time. If you see that the area, everything is kind of inside and per se not visible as to what is behind those trees or those first structures. So this is a view from West Camp Wisdom Road. And now I'm approaching Westmoreland Road. That's across the street. There's some retail too. Now I'm facing the mall property again. As you can see, there's a Chuck E. Cheese, and this is the area where the grocery store will be built. And then this is looking southeast from the location. Now this is all within public right-of-way. So now I'm inside the internal circulation, which is private property. You can see that there's a sign right there that saying that soon that grocery store will be built. Here is across the street again from the public right-of-way. I'm now inside what it used to be the Red Bird Mall. There's some apartments, residential, multifamily. That's inside. I'm standing probably where the grocery store will be built, and I'm trying to show where the public right-of-way is at. And you saw that first picture that I showed for Chuck E. Cheese. So it's kind of difficult to see the property from the public right-of-way. That's the mall being refurbished or redeveloped. And then this is internal circulation again. Again, internal circulation. The multi-family complex. That's where the mall used to be. And there is a social agency for jobs and stuff, and also a school. That's that UT's Southwest Medical District Center. And then this is, again, from internal circulation, kind of showing you what people see from driving inside. And then this is from the feeder road. Try to show too that it is difficult to see what is there too for people that are not familiar with the area. And then I went back again to West Camp Wisdom, and now I'm going the opposite way. So this is the comparison of sign regulations that it was modified from the original report. And then this is some questions that were asked from staff. I can try to answer or be more, go more in depth into the questions if you have some. If your questions were answered, then I'll move on, and then staff is recommending approval as a brief. Any questions?
Commissioner Carpenter.
Mr. Aguilera, my understanding from our last meeting and email exchanges, there were going to be a couple of definitions removed from this ordinance because they were no longer, the text that went along with them was no longer there. So are you going to brief that change? My understanding was it was changeable message sign and district identification signs. The definitions could be struck because they're no longer needed.
Yes, that is correct. If you give me a minute, let me go for the changes.
Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Houserath, please.
Well, I was going to, maybe when Mr. Aguilera gets back up to the desk, I think I know the answer to this, but
Let me have
let's take care of that.
Scott answer the.
Good morning, Commissioner Carpenter. To address your questions about the definitions, yes, the intent is to remove these definitions that no longer apply, as the provisions that those definitions were intended were removed.
Right, because those signs are now going to fall under monument signs.
Correct.
And that would need to be separately defined. Okay, so the strikes will be changeable message and district identification?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Houserath.
On staff report, page 16.3, it's the same as the kind of the blue slide with the white lettering you put up, and it lists the types of signs that are proposed. About 2/3 of the way down, 3/4 of the way down, I'm assuming the one that says promotional massage sign means promotional message sign.
Yes.
Good, just checking, thanks.
Any other questions, commissioners, on this item? Jorge, we have Commissioner Wheeler is logged on. She may need to be made a panelist. You see her? Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioners, we'll go back to
Wilson, might you be online for item 9? That's Z234304, that's District 7. I see you.
Yes.
If you're ready, we'd like to move ahead with those cases. Briefing.
Not a problem. Okay, so this is case number Z234304. It's a renewal of SUP 2341 located at 835 Exposition Avenue. It's a renewal for SUP 2341 for a bar, lounge, or tavern. It's requested at a 2-year time period. It's located on Exposition northwest of Perry. It's in District 7. Here is the location map. And some background, the building is located within PD 269 Tract A. The SUP was established in 2019 and it was renewed on August 11th of 2021 for a 3-year period. Here is the aerial of the site. And then here is the zoning map. So as you can see down Exposition, there's some retail and restaurants throughout. There's some parking in the rear and also down Perry, there are retail and restaurants. And then across Perry is the DART station for Fair Park. So here's the site on Exposition, then on Exposition looking west, and on Exposition looking east. Site plan, as you can see it's the hatch marked site there. It's about 1,300 square feet. And staff's recommendation is approval for the 2-year time period, subject to amended conditions.
questions on this item, commissioners. Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes, my understanding, I guess ask us a question. The staff's recommendation for a 2-year time period is merely a reflection of what the applicant requested, is that correct?
That is correct. We didn't see an issue with that.
Okay, but this is the same operator as previous SUPs were awarded. Okay, and
It
so
is, yes.
so they've been there 5 years. They've had a 2-year time period, and then they had a 3-year time period, and this time they came in requesting 2 years. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's just take a quick pause here. Commissioner Wheeler's trying to get her camera working. Just one moment, Mr. Kerr.
Not a problem.
Mr. Kerr, do you have the crime stats for this case? This is a question for Commissioner Wheeler.
We do. They are on the. They've been added to the case report. I do not have a slide for them, but I can pull up the case report real quick and get those up.
Let me pull those up.
They're on page 7 of the staff report.
9-7. Okay, they're on page 9-7.
Do apologize. Just one moment, please.
It's okay.
Having a couple technical difficulties. Apologies. Here are the case, the crime statistics here.
Could you zoom in a little bit on that? Perfect.
These are from 2019 to now.
She should be a panelist already. She should be able to do all the stuff.
Commissioner Wheeler, you should be a panelist already. It does show that you're on, but not, your camera's not live. Mr. Kerr, any discussions with the applicant in terms of the time?
So we just discussed the that we agreed that was an appropriate time period.
The applicant requested 2 years is what I'm understanding?
Yes, the applicant requested 2 years.
Okay. So that was a question from Commissioner Wheeler. Right now? Oh, there we go.
My computer wasn't doing it.
We can see you now, Commissioner Wheeler, if you have any other questions.
No, just, I wasn't aware of the case, but, I don't know if that's current, but, okay, that's fine. No other person.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions on this item? Okay, we'll go to number 10.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so this is case number Z234308. It's a renewal of SUP 2048 for 7401 Samuel. It's a renewal of SUP 2048 for the sale of alcoholic beverages in conjunction with a general merchandise or food store greater than 100,000 square feet. It's zoned our regional retail with a D1 liquor control overlay, and the request is for a 3-year time period with automatic renewals. It's located on the northeast corner of Samuel Boulevard and St. Francis Avenue in District 7. Here's the location map. The SUP was originally approved by City Council on September 15th of 2015. It was renewed on September 26th of 2018 and again on August 11th of 2021. Here's the aerial map and then surrounding uses and zoning districts. So this is a regional retail area. There are retail users around. There is a single family use to the south and hotel uses, one to the east and one across 30 to the north. Excuse me, one to the west, not the east. Here's the site, on site, and then on Samuel looking east and the rear of the site. As you can see, there is that screening wall there. And then on Samuel looking east as well, or St. Francis looking east, pardon me. And here is the site plan. It's a large big box Walmart, as you can see. And then staff's recommendation is approval for a 3-year time period with eligibility for automatic renewals for additional 3-year periods.
Thank you, sir. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Wheeler?
I'm going to request to hold this case. I'm going to say that it has requested that that they are taking at least through one community meeting, and I was not made aware of this particular case. So we have,
I apologize. I can't hear.
So we're going to need this case until the last meeting of next month, so that Dr. Terrence can have enough time and those neighborhood associations to review this.
So Commissioner Wheeler, you want to hold the case to November 21st?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll take that one off consent. That means all cases will be heard individually. We'll hold this one to November 21st. Any other questions on this item, commissioners? Okay, I think that is, no, yes. Takes us to number 12.
Oh,
Commissioner
Mr.
Hall,
Chair.
Commissioner Hall, my apologies, please.
That's okay. I do have a question. There is a lot of crime associated with this site. Is the crime associated with the Walmart specifically, or just the lot or the area?
I'm happy to answer that one. Yes, so usually the calls are associated with an address, and so the calls that we see are associated with the address. They may or may not be caused by a business or even occur in a business, but the calls that come through are simply that they're tied to an address because it's that point of reference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wheeler, please.
Could the calls as far as the crime at this location, especially being a big wall, a box store, could be related to crimes that are typical to these type of stores, and not necessarily to the SCP, what they're applying for would be the cause of it, such as liquor or beer sales?
So I can't speak to all crime related to these types of big box stores, but I did have the numbers based off of the crime related to the types of intoxication or related to alcohol sales, and they are minimal compared to the remainder of this. Such as the calls for public intoxication, there were two of the large number of calls were related to that, and then the incidents, 3 of the large number of those. So it's very, very minimal compared to the others.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, we'll go to case number 12.
So 12 has been briefed before. It did have minor changes that were received by staff after the docket was prepared. So staff has not had time to review or make a recommendation on them. So any recommendation that we have, which is currently approval subject to conditions, is not considering those changes forwarded by the applicant late last week.
Any questions on this item, commissioners?
So do I understand that we're not going to brief the changes that were submitted and circulated to the commission?
They were circulated, but we did not have time to review them or incorporate them into briefing.
Okay, I'll save my questions for the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item, commissioners? Okay. And again, 14 is District 2 and not 7, and that was already briefed. And then a correction, case number 23 has been put back on the consent agenda, so it will be part of the consent agenda item. And I believe that's it. Pardon me? The street name change. We need that one brief. We'll brief that. Are we prepared to brief that street name change? Let's brief it. We can brief that one in the afternoon. Awesome. Briefing is adjourned. Thank you, Commissioners. 10:38. Have a nice long lunch. Seven, 8, 9, 10. We do. Okay, can we please start off with the roll call?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. District 1, Commissioner Sharnock.
Present.
District 2, Commissioner Hampton.
Present.
District 3, Commissioner Herbert.
Present.
District 4, Commissioner Forsyth.
Present.
District 5, Chair Shadid.
Present.
District 6, Commissioner Carpenter.
Present.
District 7, Commissioner Wheeler Reagan. District 8, Commissioner Blair. District 9, Commissioner Sleeper. District 10, Commissioner Housewright.
Here.
District 11, Commissioner Epler. District 12, Commissioner Hawk. District 13, Commissioner Hall.
Here.
District 14, Commissioner Kingston. And Place 15, Vice Chair Rubin.
I'm here.
You have quorum, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Dallas City Plan Commission. Today is Thursday, October 24th, 2024, 12:36 p.m. A couple of quick announcements before we get started. We have these little yellow cards down here at the table, at the bottom to your right. It's for us to have a record of your visit with us here today. At some point, please take the time to come down and fill one of these out, and you can just leave them there. It's a little box down there. Our speaker guidelines, all speakers will receive 3 minutes to speak. We'll please ask for you to begin your comments with your name and address for the record. Ms. Lopez will let you know when your time is up. We do have some speakers registered to speak online. Please make sure, all our folks online, that your camera is on and working. State law requires us to have to see you in order to hear from you. With that, Commissioners, let's go ahead and get started. We'll begin with our zoning consent agenda items consisting of items 1 through 10, which have all come off consent. So they will be disposed of and voted on individually. So we'll begin with case number 1. Let the record reflect that Vice Chair Rubin has a conflict on item number 1 and is stepping out of the chamber. Yes, sir.
Item 1 is Z234195. It's an application for 1, it's TH3 Townhouse District, and 2, the termination of deed restrictions, Z167361, on property zoned in NOA Neighborhood Office District on the southeast corner of Northampton Road and Calypso Street. Staff recommendation is approval.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item? Item number 1. George, we have one registered speaker. Is Neeraj Puri on? No, not on. Commissioners, any questions on this item? Seeing none, Commissioner Carpenter, do you have a motion?
Yes, in the matter of Z234-195, I move to keep the public hearing open and put this case under advisement until November 21st.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, for your motion, and Commissioner Housewright for your second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. The record reflect that Vice Chair Rubin is stepping back in the chamber. We'll go to case number 2.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commission. Z234-201, an application for a specific use permit for vehicle display sales and service on property zone subdistrict 2A within plan development number 534, the CF Han Special Purpose District number 2, with a D1 liquor control overlay on the southwest line of CF Han Freeway, southeast of Big Oak Street. Staff recommendation is approval for a 5-year period with eligibility for automatic renewal for additional 5-year periods, subject to site plan and conditions.
Thank you, sir. See that the applicant is here. Stand by for questions. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Questions for staff? Vice Chair Rubin, do you have a motion, sir?
Yeah, in the matter of Z234-201, I move that we keep the public hearing open and hold the case under advisement until November 7th.
Thank you, Commissioner Vice Chair Rubin, for your motion, and Commissioner Hampton for your second. Any discussion? Seeing none of those in favor say aye. Yep. Any opposed? Motion passes. Case 3.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Case number 3 is an application for, Z234239WK. It's an application for a specific use permit for a commercial amusement inside limited to a dance hall on a property zoned CR Community Retail District on the north line of West Camp Wisdom Road between South Cockerell Hill Road and American Way. Staff's recommendation is approval for a 5-year period subject to site plan and conditions.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this item? So this is item number 3. Commissioners, questions for staff? No questions. Commissioner Herbert, do you have a motion, sir?
I do. In the case of Z234239, I move to close the public hearing and deny the case without prejudice. If I have a second, I'll make comments.
Do you have a second, Commissioner Carpenter? Thank you for your second. Commissioner Herbert?
Yeah, unfortunately, this site is becoming sort of an entertainment area, and we already have lack of police patrol and some other things with Redbird being across the street. There's a lot of houses butting up to this neighborhood, to this development, and it's just not in the interest of them to make a dance hall club in association with 3 other event halls that wrap around it. So that's my reason for denial. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments on this item, Commissioners? Okay, Commissioners, we have a motion by Commissioner Herbert, second by Commissioner Carpenter to close the public hearing, not follow staff recommendation, but rather deny the application without prejudice. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? 1 in opposition. Motion carries. Commissioner Chernock. Move to item number 4. Good afternoon.
This is case number Z234-242, an application for a new track on property zone Track 2 within Planned Development District number 775 on the north line of Northwest Highway between Lockhaven Drive and Lower Water Drive. Said recommendation is approval subject to an amended conceptual plan, a development plan, and amended conditions.
Thank you very much. I see the applicant is here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rob Baldwin, office at 3904 Elm Street, Suite B in Dallas. I'm here representing the property owner and the applicant in this request. This is on the north side of Northwest Highway, east of White Rock Lake, a commercial area, but we have a semi-vacant office building next to us, which you'll see in a couple months. As a case, and then residential, but to the east of us we have a tall senior living facility, and beyond that we get retail, commercial service uses, and office uses. The last time I came forward on this site was a couple of years ago for a development plan for an adult daycare facility. Since that time that did not go through. We're asking for a rezoning to bring this to a community retail or a CR district instead of a MF2 in this sub-district. I have a sneaking suspicion that the commissioner is going to ask some uses in the CR district be removed, and I've spoken with my client and we're fine with that. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Go to our speakers in line. We'll begin with Ms. Nixon.
Yes, thank you. My name is
Good afternoon.
Nixon. Good afternoon. My address is 8605 Sanssouci Drive. I live just behind the property in question here. I do have a couple questions. One question is I saw a Dallas Morning News, I believe it was, article that said that the property would be actually using the semi-vacant office building that on our map is number 20. But when I got the information in the mail, the hatched area is just the vacant land in between the 2 buildings. So I just want to verify what is the property, and also I want to be clear that I would be in favor of the property, the enhancements, as long as the entrance and exits are only on Northwest Highway on that little the roadway in between, and not accessing Sanssouci Drive or Lockyer Drive. And also I do have a concern that the storm drain that is on that corner of Lockyer and Sanssouci is not sufficient for current properties, and when we get a very heavy rain, that area floods, and I want the to make sure that that is addressed by the city so that there's not problems, additional flooding that's going to be impacting the homes or the business, and also that the area behind on Lockyer Drive right now is not attended to by the property owners, and I want to be sure that if this development includes that area, that that area also is attended by the property owners.
Thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in support? Okay, we do have one registered speaker in opposition, Mr. Williams. Is he online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. We can't see you yet.
Can you see me now?
I cannot, no.
Okay, let's try one more time here. Okay, how about now?
Yeah, we are. We can see you. Good afternoon.
Oh, great. Yeah, my opposition, I live across the street from Nixon, and my property actually borders two of the tracks that are that you've seen once and will see again, including part of this track. My opposition isn't so much for the development as it is for the number of developments that are planned on there. Based on the concept shows a Sherwin-Williams commercial paint store, and behind that a daycare center. And including recently, this morning, watched the traffic in that area. And those that are familiar with that part of East Northwest Highway knows that that's very busy in the morning. So if you have a daycare center in there, which when I reviewed the plan does not show any parking in that area. Pretty much just shows a turn-in, off pickup scenario. We've had experience with a previous daycare center, which is now closed on Plano Road, which was zoned kind of with school zone lights and that sort of thing. So if you're going to do this development, I would say either one or the other, or if you're going to do both, there's got to be adequate parking, because otherwise I believe you're going to have many accidents in the morning on that, as parents may be dropping off their kids, and that lane may be pretty occluded. So I'm sure that you guys are probably going to do a traffic study to the whole process. I don't know what the capacity of the daycare center is, but I think those things have to be in consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin, per our rules, you get a
Yes.
rebuttal time.
I'll make it quick. So our property is not the property with the vacant building on it. That's one you'll be seeing in the near future. So our property is, we have no access to the north. To the north of us is a senior living facility that we share a property line with. All of our access is going to be coming from the south onto Northwest Highway. There is a TIA that's underway. Christy Lambeth is working with David Navarez on that, and that would be resolved before we get to City Council. That's our response to that. So when this property is platted and being developed, any substandard water, sewer, storm water lines will have to be upgraded to reduce the upstream flooding. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, we do have questions for you. Commissioner Housewright.
Mr. Baldwin, could you address Mr. Williams' concern about parking? I believe there's 20 some odd spaces devoted to the daycare and then additional spaces devoted to the retail. You recall those numbers?
We are meeting code, and there's parking shown as a little bit in excess of code, because we made it in case we do an end cap for a sit-down restaurant, there will be parking for that. So if that turns into retail, then we'll have a lot of parking. But
So
we're not asking for any parking reduction.
So sort of the summary is that there is parking dedicated solely for the rear building, which is the daycare, and parking
Yes, sir.
dedicated solely to the front building, which is retail, and that parking count exceeds code.
Yes.
It's not just a drop-off condition at the back.
Right, because my understanding is future condition is they're going to come in and replat those into two separate lots, where it is one now, so they'll have to stand alone for their parking.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners? Questions for our speaker in opposition? Questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Housewright, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you. In the matter of Z234-242, I move that we approve this item subject to an amended conceptual plan, a development plan, amended conditions, and amended allowable uses. And if I may read those. On staff report, page 4-5, we strike building repair and maintenance shop. On staff page 4-6, strike Carnival Circus, strike alternative financial establishment, strike financial institution with drive-in window. On staff 4-7, strike ambulance service, animal shelter or clinic with outside runs, strike auto service center, strike car wash, strike commercial amusement outside, strike commercial motor vehicle parking, strike commercial parking lot or garage, strike convenience store with drive-through, strike motor vehicle fueling station, strike paraphernalia shop, strike pawn shop, strike restaurant with drive-in or drive-through service, strike swap or buy shop. On page 4-8, strike mini warehouse and recycling buyback center. And finally, on 4-9, strike recycling collection center. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Housewright, for your motion.
Can I ask a quick
Commissioner
clarifying
Carpenter
question?
for your second, please, question.
Yes, thank you for that. So right now, the PD as written defaults to CR, community retail uses, as noted in the chart. Is the intent just to say these are, add a section in the uses and then say the following uses are prohibited except for, so you have the CR uses allowed and then you strike out those. We'll just add to section.
That's the intent, however you'd like to do that.
That's fine. I just want to be on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair, you have any other discussion, commissioners? Okay, we have a motion in the matter of Z234-242 from Commissioner Housewright, second by Commissioner Carpenter, to close the public hearing. File staff recommendation of approval subject to an amended conceptual plan, development plan, amended conditions, as well as the adjustments made to the allowable uses. All those in favor? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go to number 5.
Case Z234-276, an application for an amendment to specific use permit number 2326 for an alcoholic beverage establishment limited to a bar, lounge, or tavern on property zone subdistrict 1 within plan development number 621, the Old Trinity and Design District, Special Purpose District, on the east line of Market Center Boulevard, south of Oaklawn Avenue. Staff's recommendation is approval for a 5-year period with eligibility for automatic renewal for additional 5-year periods, subject to many conditions.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Andrew Ruig, 2201 Main Street, here representing the applicant Duro Hospitality in this SUP renewal request. The operator for this particular SUP is Bar Charles. They had originally had their SUP approved in 2019 for a 2-year period, then in 2021 for a 3-year period, and then we've requested a 5-year period with eligibility for automatic renewals for this particular case today. Happy to answer any questions should there be any. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Commissioners, questions for our speaker? Questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Carpenter, do you have a motion?
Yes, in the matter of Z234-276, I move that we close the public hearing and follow staff recommendation of approval for a 5-year period, but with no eligibility for automatic renewal for additional 5-year periods, subject to amended conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, for your motion. Commissioner Housewright for your second to close the public hearing, follow staff recommendation of approval for a 5-year period, no automatic renewal, subject to amended conditions. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. We'll go to number 6.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Item 6, Z234-278, an application for an amendment to specific use permit number 1767 for a bar, lounge, or tavern and an inside commercial amusement limited to a live music venue on property zone Tract A within Plan Development District number 269, Deep Ellum East, near East Side District, on the north line of Commerce Street, east of Good Latimer Expressway. Staff's recommendation is approved for a 6-year period, subject to amending conditions.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item? It's item number 6, top of page 3. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Hampton, do you have a motion?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the matter of Z234-278, I move to close the public hearing and approve the request for a 6-year period, subject to amended conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. 4-year period.
Thank you, Commissioner Hampton, for your motion. Commissioner Housewright for your second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Go to item number 7.
Z23428. Is an application for a specific use permit for a handicap group dwelling unit on property zoned in R75A, single-family district on the northwest line of Indian Creek Trail between Foxborough Lane and University Hills Boulevard. Staff recommendation is approval for a 5-year time period with eligibility for automatic renewals for additional 5-year periods, subject to a site plan and conditions.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item? We do have 3 registered speakers. Not online. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Herbert, do you have a motion, sir?
I do, and if I have a second comments. In the case of Z234-285, I move to hold the public hearing open until November 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Commissioner Hampton, for your second comments. Commissioner Herbert.
Yes, this is a unique case in the middle of a neighborhood. We've discussed, the neighbors have concerns, but we have a neighborhood meeting with the property owner at the October 30th at the Luby. So we'll discuss there and try to work some things out and see where it goes.
Thank you, Commissioner Herbert. Vice Chair Rubin.
Yeah, I will just, I've made these comments before when we've had SUP applications for handicap group dwelling units, but I think it's one of the more unfortunate parts of our code that we require an SUP for one of these. If there's a second one within 1,000 feet, I think these should be allowed by right within our residential neighborhoods, because I think it's so important that people with disabilities be able to live in our neighborhoods just like, you know, any other citizen, and, you know, without having to, with some accommodations needed with this facility and without an SUP. So, you know, I am very reluctant to hold up this case just because I don't particularly like the code in this area, but hopefully we will see it on November 21st and be ready to go, and it will be a speedy approval then.
Any other comments, Commissioners? Yes, sir.
Yes, to that point, the area is a high crime and high poverty area. There's a mental facility nearby. There's Metro Care nearby. There's lack of resources. There's lack of retail. The neighbors are concerned because of the way the houses abut each other, the lack of privacy and the lack of having an entrance to her front yard needs to be talked about and worked out, and is why we wanted to have that community meeting. The neighbors aren't opposed to the dwelling. They want their safety concerns to be taken care of, and they have current problems with dwelling units like this in their neighborhood with walkers and some other issues that they just want to talk out. So that's why we're asking for a community meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. We'll go to case number 8. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Carpenter has a conflict on this item. You have a conflict? Yeah. And is stepping out of the chamber. We'll go to case number 8.
Item 8 is C234302. It's an application for an amendment to Plan Development District number 1099 on the southeast corner of West Commerce and Neal Street. Staff recommendation is approval, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am. There's a little button there for the mic to turn on. Perfect.
Hi.
Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Burns. My address is 3600 Magnolia Circle in the Colony. I'm here for the applicant and ready to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on this item? Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Hampton, please.
Thank you. I just had one question. I noticed in the revised conditions that it removes the requirement for a landscape plan. Could you speak to what the intent is for the site that would not be compatible with the existing landscape plan?
Sure. There's 2 items in the PD that we needed to clean up after we developed the site. One of them is there's a tract line on our site. We left the tract line.
I understand the utility conflicts and the need overall for the revision. I'm questioning specifically why the landscape plan provision is removed.
I believe that the landscape plan, I didn't change that in the PD, but Phil Irwin has already seen our landscape plan and has approved it.
I'll follow up with staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners? Questions for staff? Commissioner Hampton, please.
Thank you. Could someone address the provision for removing the landscape plan?
Yes, this case is not currently governed by a landscape plan, so it's governed by the conditions. That provision called for changes to a landscape plan in the event that they need to change these. Thankfully, they don't have to amend either their development plan in order to get the project done or the conceptual plan. There is no landscape plan associated with this at this time, just a development plan and a conceptual plan. We might look at a landscape plan to provide alternate landscaping if they needed to do significant changes to how the site works. It's not in play here. They don't have to change how their plan is laid out generally in terms of buildings and things like that. So there hasn't been a landscape plan, but the condition that existed in there spoke to make future changes. A landscape plan would be an option. Right now, we've changed that. Rather than that, we've changed the condition to get us there more simply because we have the plan for development plan approved. They have much of their building lined up. They just need to change how it fits into the existing development plan through a modification to the text.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners, for staff? Seeing none, Vice Chair Rubin, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. And if I have a second, I have brief comments on the matter of Z234-302. I move that we've closed the public hearing and follow staff's recommendation of approval subject to conditions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rubin, for your motion, and Commissioner Hampton for your second. Comments?
Thank you. We worked on this case for a while. The last time we saw it at Plan Commission, I guess it got approved last year, and this is largely just a cleanup. I know part of it is due to some challenging site conditions relating to topography and the tree preservation area and the need to build a retention wall. So, happy to address that. And then the utility conflict, which I will note, much to her credit, Jennifer Allgaier did flag the first time through, but unfortunately it didn't get addressed as we were working on it at CPC and council. So now it has been addressed, and I wish the applicant best of luck here. It's a PFC project in a really interesting, exciting area, and hope that it comes to fruition soon.
And thank you, Vice Chair Rubin, for working this case. Any other comments, commissioners? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The record reflect that Commissioner Carpenter is going to be stepping back in the chamber. And I see Commissioner Wheeler is online, so we'll move to case number 9.
Case number 9 is Z234304. It's an application for an amendment to specific use permit number 2341 for a bar, lounge, or tavern on a property zoned Tract A within Planned Development District number 269, DBLM near East Side District, on southwest line of Exposition Avenue, northwest of Perry Avenue. Staff's recommendation is approval for a 2-year period subject to amended conditions.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that'd like to speak on this item? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Antonio Everett, 500 Four Stones, Louisville, Texas, 75056. I'm the applicant and the bar owner. Just here to answer any questions.
Thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Commissioners, questions for the applicant. Commissioner Wheeler, please.
I wanted to ask, by any chance, was there a reason that you didn't want your SUP for longer?
Oh, yes, we wanted it for longer. That was a staff recommendation. We hoped after our second renewal, we would get a 3-year renewal, but I don't mind coming here either, so we'll take 2, but if we can get 3, we'll take it.
Because did you watch the briefing? It was told to us that it was what you all requested, not necessarily what the staff requested. I was asking, did you watch the briefing? It was told to us that the request was on your end and not on staff recommendation end.
Oh, no, I didn't. I would have preferred to have more. That wasn't my recommendation.
How many renewals have you already had?
This is my 3rd. And I would also like to say Dallas Culture Map named us Bar of the Year 2024. So, hey, it's a good place to give a 3-year renewal to.
Would you consider a 5-year renewal?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That wasn't a trick question.
No, it was not a trick question. It was asking, well, we'll ask staff when it's staff time.
Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners? Questions for staff, Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes, we were told in the briefing that when myself and another commissioner asked, was it the applicant's idea that it was, if I'm not mistaken, that it was the applicant who requested for the 2-year and not staff recommendation. Is that true?
That is what I saw on the conditions that were applied to in there. I can double check, but staff doesn't have an issue with a 5-year renewal period.
What about, do you all have a issue with the 5-year with automatic renewal, with the option for automatic renewal?
Generally, within the PD 269, there's not automatic renewals. Just that's just general practice. But Michael, I'm not sure if you would have any issues with that.
No worries. Yeah, so based on what we said about the applicant's submittal, it's based on the original submittal, it's the 2 years, what we were referring to. I think typically, just for common practice with a new, actually this is an amendment. I'm sorry, I'm getting up to speed on this one. That is at the discretion of the body. I'll leave that to the body. It won't change how staff practices it, but 5-year period is common. I won't speak to whether it needs to be an automatic renewal at this point.
I have a comment about the auto renewal. Just being a bar owner and protecting the area, I wouldn't put bars on auto renewal. It's just good to have them to come back in here and make sure they're doing right. That's just a.
Thank you. Okay, so, but staff and the applicant is okay with the Protocol 5 with no automatic.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Wheeler, do you have a motion?
submitted to CPC. Can I get that case, can I get that, item number?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Z234304.
The last, even those last three again,
304.
in a matter of Z234, to what?
304.
304, I moved to close the public hearing and all staff recommendations is a modification to 5-year renewal instead of 2.
Is that subject to amended conditions?
It's subject to amended conditions.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler, for your motion, and Commissioner Hampton for your second to close the public hearing, follow staff recommendation of approval, but for a 5-year period, subject to amended conditions. Comments?
I do have a comment.
Please.
I want to thank the applicant for making the recommendations and not having been and understand. These type of items might really come before the conditions to verify that they are. Thank you. Great work.
Okay. Any other comments? Commissioner Carpenter, followed by Commissioner Herbert.
I would just like to say, Mr. Everett, I thank you for being one of the most candid and honest. If there were a contest for, applicant of the year, I would nominate you for it. But thank you, sir.
Second that, Commissioner Herbert.
I'll third that. Thank you, sir. I've been to your establishment. You run a well-ran machine and have for a few years now. So thank you for what you do for the community and for that corner of that Deep Ellum world. So we appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, the best part is that you said you don't mind coming here, but maybe push it out a little further. That was very good. Any other comments, Commissioners? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to case number 10. Thank you, sir.
Case number 10 is Z234308. It's an application for an amendment to specific use permit number 2048, the sale of alcoholic beverages in conjunction with a general merchandise or food store greater than 100,000 square feet or more on a property zoned in RR D1 Regional Retail District with a D1 Liquor Control Overlay on the north line of Samuel Boulevard, west of South Buckner Boulevard. Staff's recommendation is approval for a 3-year period with eligibility for automatic renewals for additional 3-year periods subject to amended conditions.
Thank you. I see that the applicant is here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Lauren Newfer, 13455 Knoll Road, Dallas, Texas. I am the applicant's representative for this item. I understand from the briefing that it is likely going to be held under advisement, and we will reach out to the Commissioner directly.
Thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Commissioners, questions for Ms. Newfer? Questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Wheeler, do you have a motion?
Can I get the case number one more time? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's 234308.
308. In the matter of Z234-308, I move to keep the public hearing open and to November, is it November 21st?
Yes, 21st.
November 21st.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler, for your motion. Commissioner Hampton for your second to keep the public hearing open, hold the matter under advisement to November 21st. Any comments? Seeing none of those. Yes, please.
Just want the applicants to know, it's just so that we can reach out to the neighborhood association. And also when they reach out to me, I'll make sure that they have a contact with the neighborhood president so that we just make sure that we run it by them before we go to a full status.
Thank you. Any other comments, Commissioners? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Go to number 11. Thank you.
Number 11 is Z223220. It's an application for an MF2, a multifamily district on property zoned in NSA, Neighborhood Service District, with existing deed restriction Z889187, Track 2, and an AA agricultural district on the north line of West Camp Wisdom Road between Clark Road and Royal Cedar Way. Staff recommendation is approval.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak on this item? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ellen Taft, 7924 Glenway Drive, Dallas, Texas, and I represent the neighbors around the community or this site. And we know that it's being delayed, but we wanted to be sure that all of you have taken time to look at our drone video that we have submitted to you, because it's important for you to see the erosion along the Artisan Creek because of the dead tree dams that have been neglected for all these years. Wildwood promised CPC and the neighbors in 2017 that they would build walking trails for the renters and the neighbors, but they didn't build a single access stairway to get down to the canyon floor. So they had 18 acres built, not one stairway down. But worse, the staff can't get down and clean up the trash that is accumulating from the current renters. Wildwood sold these quads in 2023. At your September meeting, Wildwood made the comment they could donate land that could be used as a park with walking trails. They didn't promise to donate. They didn't say they would donate. They just said they could. This is very similar language we heard back in 2017. The two pieces of land in this case belong to Mr. Gobert's irrevocable trust. Commonly, an irrevocable trust is used as a way to protect your beneficiaries from the 50% estate tax on your property at the time of your death, but it is not a nonprofit. If nonprofit is not in the legal documents on their other three pieces of land, these are just empty words they're using. On Monday, our email to you showed pictures of two creeks. Both flow north, and when it rains, water floods both creeks. The map shows that both creeks inside this development site. The natural flowing Artesian Spring begins at the top of the hill in Duncanville, and the many surrounding neighborhoods. Stormwater joins the creek water and travels through this site's canyons. Wildwood's concession, is not viable for the 7 reasons we submitted back on October 10th. We have not received any clarification from any city staff on the vague words of this concession, and it doesn't meet any of the concessions you as commissioners requested. When there are legal binding papers saying all other canyon lawn belongs to a nonprofit, only then all parties will have a document to study and vote on. We ask you to look at our documents and our video, and when the vote is called on November 21st, we ask you to vote no to MF2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Commissioners, questions for Ms. Taft? Questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Herbert, do you have a motion, sir?
Yes, in the case of Z223-220, I move to keep the public hearing open until November 21st. And if I have a second, I have comments.
You do. Thank you, Commissioner Hampton, for your second comments.
Yes, this case is a very unique situation in a unique spot. I commend the neighbors for the work that they've done. They have not said they don't want development. They've asked that the development be correct and that their natural resources be protected. And I appreciate that. There have been some changes and some fixes that we needed to digest. The neighbors have taken their time to do that, right? But there was an error made on my behalf, and to rectify that, I have to go with the November 21st date, and that's what we're doing. So thank you for your support if it's given.
Thank you, Commissioner Herbert, for working this case. Commissioners, we have a motion and a second to hold the matter under advisement to November 21st. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Move to case number 12.
This is case number Z234-199, an application for a new sub-district on property zone RSC Regional Service Commercial Sub-District within Plan Development District number 595, the South Dallas Fair Park Special Purpose District on the north corner of Clarence Street and South Cesar Chavez Boulevard. Staff recommendation is approval, subject to conditions.
Thank you very much. I see that the applicant is here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Victoria Morris with Jackson Walker, 2323 Ross Avenue, Suite 600 in Dallas. I'm going to pass it over to Arthur in a moment, but just wanted to thank Commissioner Wheeler and Commissioner Hampton for all of their hard work. This matter was held under advisement. They put us back to the drawing board to make this a suitable and beneficial development for the neighborhood. It will be honorable to the public realm, and we kindly ask for your recommendation of approval. Now to Arthur.
Great. Thank you, Victoria. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to share our project and update for you today. We had a great opportunity to engage better with the community in the last month and a half or so, and I think as a result of that, we have a better project for the city, for the community, and we are excited to be bringing that here today. So I'll just kind of go through a little bit about the project itself and the context that it's within. So this is part of our So Good development. It's a little bit further down from the main So Good hub that has a mixed use, has an innovation center, restaurants and different things. This is an additional site that came with the acquisition of what we purchased from the Pilgrim's Pride company. And it is a little bit further down. So it's abuts on a highway, and oftentimes when you see, these very walkable kind of mixed use neighborhoods, thinking Uptown, Deep Ellum, Design District, sometimes there's, opportunity in a nearby site that is sort of against the highway or odd shape or something to fill other needs, such as what we're pursuing here is to do self-storage, which, in a dense urban area, there's clearly a need for, this type of product. And so we want to do it the right way. So what we've come up with is this updated plan with a lot of feedback and community input from the community. You can see on this visual, not a typical self-storage facility. No, it's really dressed up with visually, but then also in terms of form and use of the site. And so we'll get a little bit more into that. And just to give a little bit of context again with the overall So Good development, this is just right up the street, and this is something we're planning. Which we came through here for a zoning case a few years ago, and we're moving forward on that project as well. So since our last meeting here showing here at the CPC, we had additional meetings with the community. We were a part of the Cedars Neighborhood Association's membership meeting on September 18th. We obtained a good bit of new feedback from the community, which was really, I think, very instructive along the lines of the design and plans, and with the assistance of Commissioners Wheeler-Reagan and Commissioner Hampton, really able to kind of craft that into memorializing into the PD conditions, incorporating that feedback from the community. And we've since obtained a letter of support from the Neighborhood Association. And of course, the calls and meetings with the commissioners. So really want to say a thanks to the commissioners for really rolling up the sleeves and digging in with us to help make this, better project. Some of the things that we've incorporated from that feedback and really sort of memorializing what you saw in that visual. I'll read off a few of them. These are included in the updated PD language.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Your time is up. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for joining us. We do have one registered speaker online. Not online. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on this item? Commissioners, questions for our two speakers. Commissioner Hampton?
Mr. Santamaria, could you maybe give us a quick overview of the design considerations that are incorporated into the conditions that have been submitted for the body?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We'll get those brought up here again on the screen. So in terms of transparency of the facade, we have minimums along the facade that faces Cesar Chavez. This being an important arterial coming from downtown through the Cedars down further south. On the ground floor, 30%, higher floors, 20%. Facade articulation, so we don't have a condition of blank walls for longer than 30 feet, and we're doing that a few different ways with what you saw in the visual of different colors and artwork and projections of the building facade itself. The building entrance, and to clarify, the pedestrian entrance, people walk into the building to be along Cesar Chavez and have a minimum of 50% transparency. Off-street loading, so for thinking, U-Haul trucks backing into, taking things into the facility, ensuring that it'll be recessed and enclosed within the building and screened on at least 3 sides, and purpose being to, have a nice frontage, along the sides of the building. A parking setback requirement of at least 10 feet from the public street curb, with a maximum depth between the building and Cesar Chavez of 45 feet. And then some illumination requirements, really just to make sure that it's a nice, walkable, and safe experience for people in the area, even at night.
And
Happy
one
to answer
follow-up,
more
if I may,
questions.
Mr. Chair. And is it also correct that you all were able to, the illumination standards are really speaking to the streetscape? It's a 6-foot minimum sidewalk width, a 6-foot planting buffer, and then an additional screening buffer for the parking. I believe Commissioner Wheeler, she's probably going to speak to this herself, but was speaking about how this is a connection for the community, both to the Cedars and into downtown. Are those part of the provisions that are in the revised conditions?
Yes, those are.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hampton. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Carpenter?
I see in the revised PD conditions that you put in a minimum requirement for 30% transparency on the ground floor level facade facing Cesar Chavez, but then it says a minimum of 20% transparency must be provided for the upper level facades above 10 feet in height. So is that the intention, to have a 20% transparency requirement for all the facades of the building facing all directions?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Questions for the applicant, commissioners? Questions for staff? Commissioner Hampton, please.
I just had one clarification. Since these are not in our case report, is it correct that if the motion were to approve, it would be subject to the conditions as submitted by the applicant?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Laura, did you catch that question? I think the question was, what would the motion be to change the conditions to the conditions that were summarized by the applicant a moment ago, but were not part of the briefing?
Yes, so this is Laura Morrison, City Attorney's Office. So the motion to approve what was submitted by the applicant last week, the motion would have to include what's changing from the staff recommendation, like a summary of what the added conditions would be.
I'm in the basement. Do I do it?
We couldn't hear you, Commissioner Wheeler.
Hello? I'm in the basement. Did you give me the case number?
Yes, we're ready for the motion. It is.
Get a clarification first. Because my understanding, based on what the attorney just said, is we're going to have to read the full 2 pages of changes into the record that were in the email that was distributed earlier, because it's not in the docket.
Commissioner Wheeler, are you okay with those conditions as submitted? And if so, do you have a copy of them?
I do. I am okay with it. I am actually in the elevator at City Hall. I'm on floor 3, so I will be in there in a couple seconds.
She's about to be here.
Okay,
In the
yeah.
elevator.
Let's pause 5 minutes.
Because almost none of this was in the. No, none of it was. I mean, zero. What I'm going to say, but just, I mean, any conditions at all in the original was only like this much, 60 feet. I thought we were ready. We hadn't done it. We thought they were going to be in the document. We really thought. I mean, I'm just saying. And they didn't even highlight the changes in the.
No, and that's the problem for me, it's in the pages, so, anyway, I'd have to read yours. But
Yeah,
not
that's
the
fine.
typical, do it. All description, it's treated.
Volunteer, please.
Don't, Christian, don't.
Brent, have a rebuttal to your argument.
What argument?
About the group handicap facilities.
I'm sure you know. What is it?
It's a request. I can do it. You want me to?
Exactly 5 minutes. We're going to get back on the record. Commissioner Wheeler.
I can email them to you right now.
Commissioner Wheeler, we're ready for, do you have any other outstanding questions for staff? You ready for a motion? Okay, we're ready. Okay, I got it. All right, we're ready for a motion.
In the matter of Z 234-199, I move to close the public hearing
and follow staff recommendations, subject to the amended
Conditions as submitted.
amended conditions. And start reading the whole thing, every word. Wow. Huh. As follows. In section 51P-595.115.1, use regulations and development standards in subdistrict A. Main use permitted, the main uses permitted in the subdistrict are the same as those use permitted in the, at D, okay. And I'm sorry. In D, off-street parking and loading. 1, in general, consult with the use of regulations, Division 51A-4.200 for the specific off-street parking and loading requirements for each use, except as provided in this subsection. Consult the off-street parking and loading regulations, Division 51A-4.300, Esquire, for information required off-street parking and loading generally. Parking. 2, parking setbacks. Required off-street parking is prohibited within 10 feet of the public street curb. 3, surface parking. If provided, surface parking between the building and South Cesar Chavez Boulevard shall have minimum depth of 45 feet. Maximum depth of 45 feet. 4, off-street loading. Off-street loading areas for mini warehouse use shall be recessed within the building and screened on a minimum of 3 sides. E, design standards. The following design standards are required for a mini warehouse use. 1, urban form setback. Any portion of the structure above 54 feet in height and along South Cesar Chavez Boulevard shall an additional 20 feet urban form front yard setback. 2, transparency. A minimum of 30% transparency must be provided for the ground level facade at or below 10 feet of height and facing South Cesar Chavez Boulevard. B, a minimum of 20% transparency must be provided for the upper levels facade above 10 feet in height. 3, facade articulation. Blank facades longer than 30 feet are prohibited. Where blank facades occur, horizontal or vertical articulation is required, such as A, an offset reveal, recess, or projection. B, architectural details such as columns, pilasters, raised bands, or cornices. C, increased transparency. D, variation in fenestration or building massing. E, canopy. F, awnings. G, windows or doors. Change in building, H, change in building, or I, murals or paint applied decorative material. 4, a mural or paint applied decorative materials may be provided for facade articulation subject to the following. A mural or painted applied decorative material shall not extend more than 75 linear feet without an additional facade articulation. B, no more than 60% of the total facade length contains the mural or paint applied decorative materials. And C, at least one additional articulation element in subsection 3 above is provided. 5, building entrances. A minimum of 1 building entrance is required along South Cesar Chavez Boulevard and must provide 1, controlled pedestrian egress and ingress building to a building, and 2, a minimum of 50% transparency. Is that it? Whew. B, additional building entrances are permitted along other public rights of way, pedestrian areas, or parking areas. C, an angled pedestrian entrance may be provided at the corner of a building along the public right-of-way frontage, provided a minimum of 1 entrance provided along South Cesar Chavez Boulevard. D, a required fire exit door with no transparency may be provided on any frontage. 6, public sidewalk and street trees. A minimum of 6 foot wide unobstructed sidewalk shall be provided along South Cesar Chavez Boulevard. Thank you. And B, a minimum of 6 foot wide planting area shall be provided between South Cesar Chavez
Boulevard and the sidewalk. C, a minimum of 3-foot wide planting area shall be provided between the sidewalk along South Cesar Chavez Boulevard and an internal drive aisle. D, street trees must be provided a minimum of 30 feet on center along each public right-of-way. 7, lighting. A, exterior lighting sources must be oriented down and onto the property. They light and away from any adjacent property. Exterior lighting sources that are positioned up and oriented into the building facade are permitted. B, pedestrian scale lighting that provides a minimum maintenance average illumination level of 1.5 foot candles must be provided along public sidewalks and adjacent to the public right-of-way. F, environmental performance standards. See Article 6. Landscape regulations. See Article 10, except as modified by Section 51P-5. And the computer has died. I need a quick recess. The computer died. No.
No, that's it.
That was it? Oh, the computer died right on time.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler, for your motion, and Commissioner Hampton for your second. Discussion?
Yes, I would first like to thank the applicant for immediately going back in, doing some redesigns facade, so that it would fit in, not with just now, but the future look of Cesar Chavez as we have in other areas, using facade paint and architectural designs that would allow for it not to just look like any ordinary storage space, putting in windows in places that it can be similar to some apartments that are close by. If they did not have public storage, we would think that it's one of the newer designs apartment complexes. So we just thank you all, and also working with Commissioner Hampton to foreshadow this project. So thank you so much for talking with the Cedars Association. Yes, this is in PD 595, but this is more of a Cedars project, and want to make sure that we conform to what they also see as their vision for their neighborhood.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hampton, followed by Commissioner Housewright.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. I just want, Mr. Chair, but also Commissioner Wheeler, I wanted to thank her for the opportunity to work with her on this case, and also thank the applicant. While this is in PD 595, it's 2 blocks out of PD 317, and a lot of the provisions that you heard speak directly to South Cesar Chavez, which is identified as a primary street, speaks directly to the So Good development that we look forward to welcoming in District 2, and appreciate the applicant really working collaboratively on these. All the provisions that you heard are straight out of form-based code for general commercial. So that was a great basis for us, and just further strengthening the pedestrian access between the communities. So appreciate the opportunity to work on the case, and look forward to supporting the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Housewright.
Well, I support the project. I'm really struggling with what seems like borders on the absurd amount of micromanagement to the design. Maybe it did come out of the form-based zoning. Maybe we should have just referenced form-based zoning and been done with it. But I mean, it's this kind of ordinance that we're passing that keeps developers from wanting to develop in Dallas. So I don't know. I'm at the risk of raining on the parade from some good work that's been done by a lot of people here. I really struggle with why we have to be this heavy-handed with our applicants.
Commissioner Herbert, followed by Vice Chair Rubin.
Yes, I thank you for the project and the work that's been done. I'm always the historian here, right? That this is a corner that reflects a connection between South Dallas and this side. 45 split this neighborhood up 50 years ago or more. So seeing that this project has so much attention to it, yes, it's only a storage facility, right? But the fact that it's going to be so attractive to the rest of that strip is an exciting time for that area, and hopefully it connects South Dallas back to the Cedars area in some form or fashion. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rubin.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to support the motion. I fall somewhere in the middle of all this. One of the things that I think has been really good about PD 595 is that it operates in some ways that is as close to straight zoning as you can get with the PD, and there haven't been a lot of sub-districts like the ones that we see there that are geographic. They are sub-districts that are use-based, and we seem to, as of late, have started to get to geographic sub-districts, which has benefits and drawbacks. I hope with the update to PD 595 that is on the way, and I understand with the update to PD 595 that is on the way, that we are going to have meaningful design standards hard-coded into the PD itself, as opposed to having to do it on a case-by-case basis. So I, expect that cases like this will be not super frequent with the update to PD 595, which I am definitely looking forward to. And with that, I'm happy to support the motion.
Commissioner Wheeler.
I am one of those who have talked with city staff, advocated with city staff that straight zoning, these type of cases, if we do not have the option in certain circumstances to be able to have some type of design standards, we will have developers who will just build anything. This was an easy task with this particular developer. We weren't asking for a lot. We looked at as far as sidewalks. Right now, SM Wright is now a continues directly into Cesar Chavez. The sidewalks that are along SM Wright is actually 6 to 8 foot. When we're talking about walkability, the health of those coming out of South Dallas, coming even as far as Oak Cliff, who now can actually walk safely along that corridor, possibly straight into downtown to work. It was important that protection, that is a very heavily used thoroughfare, especially since now it is a boulevard, a complete boulevard. Those were the things that we took into consideration. We were not hard on this applicant. I'm thankful of the knowledge that Commissioner Hampton had, because when we were talking to, sometimes we get the developers to think outside the box, and when we talked to the developer about the sidewalks, they were open to it, because we got them to see the vision of not just that piece of Cesar Chavez, but what it continues into both ways was SM Wright. Also, part of the reason that we asked for some of these things is because of how close it is to the intersection of Al Lipson and Cesar Chavez and the safety. If this particular project was directly across the street, we spoke to to the applicant, it would kind of be a different thing on what we were asking, but it was the safety of those both in vehicles and those who frequently walk Cesar Chavez and what is becoming. My hope working with the South Dallas Area Plan Task Force, being a community member, and also being one of those who have advocated to not see those in the Cedars as our enemy, but our true neighbors who else they're actually split by I-30, asking that we work together. And this is a project that the Cedars and the South Dallas community can see a continuous project, and so it was important that it reflects what the Cedars is looking at. Some of this design came from the direct gas station that is at Corinth. Making everything in the Cedars already was a industrial, hard to look for many years, no one cared, hot sheet motels, and to just have them do some facades, I think that straight zoning cases without, especially in this day and age, not asking for design standards, that needs to be changed in our code, because in this part of town, oftentimes people do not even consider the neighbors or the community's vision for their communities. And you go to another neighborhood, it would be a no question. They would come out in records and say, hey, we want this, we want that. We're not even opposed to a storage facility. This, I believe, is going to be nice. The applicant was more than ready to help out, and then they understand because they're already building in their neighborhood. So no, I don't think asking developers to look outside of when they went to an architect and the architect only put in space what they thought and didn't take consideration into the community. I don't think that that was far-fetched, and we need more of this. Thank God that PD 595 has an area plan task force.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will be supporting the motion, happy to support the motion, and just to address the comment about the last-minute adjustments, and we just had literally the philosophical debate during lunch on just that topic, and I tend to agree with you, Commissioner Housewright. You know, these many adjustments coming in after staff has done their due diligence, I think is okay for this one, and that's just from me looking at the list. I think that was emailed out on Monday. But unfortunately, we didn't have the benefit of having staff go through them and see if there are any potential unintended consequences, which of course we have seen, and sometimes the unintended consequences of those is that those cases sometimes come back for some minor thing that was adjusted at the very end. So I hope that we don't have that in this case. I don't think so, but it's just something to keep in mind as we move forward. Commissioners, we have a motion by Commissioner Wheeler, second by Commissioner Hampton to close the public hearing, follow staff recommendation of approval, subject to conditions as submitted, as well as read into the record by Commissioner Wheeler. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. We'll go to 13.
Item number 13 is KZ 234207, an application for a TH3 Townhouse District with deed restrictions volunteered by the applicant on property zone in R7.58 Single Family District on the southwest corner of Greenville Avenue and Old Greenville Road, south of Forest Lane and north of Royal Lane. Staff recommendation is approval.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garza. I see the applicant is here.
Good afternoon, Rob Baldwin, 3904 Elm Street, Suite B in Dallas. This is an interesting case. Ms. Garza did a great job briefing at the briefing session, but I'll give you a little insight. It's kind of a lozenge-shaped piece of property that has two major street frontage. It has Greenville Avenue on the east and Old Greenville Avenue on the west. So when they TxDOT straightened out Greenville, whenever they did that, when it was Highway 5, this was a leftover piece of property. It's zoned R75 today, but given the city's regulations, we would have two front yard setbacks, 25 front yard setback on Greenville Avenue, 25-foot front yard setback on Old Greenville Avenue. We're requesting a Townhome 3 district just to get rid of the two front yard setbacks. That way we can have a fence along the Old Greenville, the Greenville Avenue setback and have our homes face the existing neighborhood on Old Greenville. I'm going to read some deed restrictions into the record. They've been slightly modified what's in the staff report based on my conversations with Commissioner Housewright. But these are single-family homes. They're going to be detached. They're limited to 2 stories. They're going to be very similar to those homes that are currently being built just north of, well, the homes aren't being built yet, but as Commissioner Rubin pointed out, based on Commissioner Hall's discussion at the briefing session, we did a rezoning on the old YMCA property to the north of here to allow for 38 single-family homes in a shared access development. So they're single-family detached, just like we are. We are proposing the same dwelling unit density as they are, same lot sizes, the same requirements for being detached. So with your indulgence, I'd like to read in some deed restrictions. I'm just going to read in the meat of them and not everything. But here they are. Single-family homes uses are restricted to a maximum density of 7 dwelling units, which is a change from your docket that had 9. A minimum side yard of 3 feet is required, so the homes will be 6 feet apart from each other. The maximum height is 30 feet, not to exceed 2 stories, ordinary projections listed in section 51A 4.408 may exceed the maximum height by 12 feet, which I'll get in more detail in a minute to address Commissioner Carpenter's comments. And at least 2 off-street parking spaces are required for each dwelling unit. So in the city of Dallas, when you have a residential district that has heights less than 36 feet in height, you're allowed to have projections up to 12 feet for mechanical equipment, chimneys, parapet walls can be 4 feet. We're just stating this so there's no confusion. We go to permitting that we can have chimneys and mechanicals on our roofs, since these will be fairly small roofs. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Vice Chair Rubin.
Why 7 houses and not 9?
The neighbors, conversations with the neighbors, and it's the same density as the David Weekley homes just to the north, so it seemed to make sense.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carpenter.
If the language about the ordinary projections is base code, why is that having to be included in the deed restrictions?
Technically, we probably don't have to, but
just for clarity.
I like belts and suspenders.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners? Questions for staff? Vice Chair Rubin.
Since these are volunteer deed restrictions, maybe for Ms. Morrison, if the commission were comfortable with 9 as opposed to 7, is there any way that we could change that, or we go with what's volunteered by the applicant?
The only way that could be changed is if the applicant agreed to go ahead and change what they're volunteering.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff, commissioners? Seeing none, Commissioner House-Wright, do you have a motion?
I do. If I get a second, I have some comments, including the question that Commissioner Rubin just addressed. So in the matter of Z 234-207, I move we follow the staff's recommendation of approval with deed restrictions as volunteered at the podium.
Thank you, Commissioner House-Wright, for your motion, and Commissioner Carpenter for your second. Okay, Commissioner House-Wright.
I just want to thank our applicant for working with us on this, and for the neighborhood for engaging with us on this. I think it's a great example of infill housing, as Mr. Baldwin explained. It's a really unique piece of property that is caught between the current alignment of Greenville Avenue and the old alignment of Old Greenville, and it's never been developed. And it sits in our district in a residential area, and it makes a lot of sense for infill housing. It took us a little while to get here because we were trying to figure out how to get the zoning right so that we could have unattached, freestanding, single-family homes. If we did R5, we would have had the appropriate density, but the front yard setback situation creates real problems for us. We have 2 front yards. We have an old Greenville and a new Greenville front yard, and so we ended up with this TH3A. And to Mr. Rubin's question, when you do the arithmetic on the shared access project across the street, it yields a density per acre identical to our development if we go to 7 instead of 9. And it was really part of our dialogue with the neighborhood that we were not going to dial up the density anything beyond what they had just approved for the shared access. So yes, you could have fit 9 units on there, but it just seemed to be a type of product that was maybe going beyond what was appropriate in the neighborhood. So I hope I get support for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion, commissioners? Mr. Rubin.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion with a little bit of disappointment here. You know, when D10 was vacant for a long some time, during the pandemic, I handled several shared access cases that I think Mr. Baldwin, was the rep on most of them. And one of the knocks that we got on some of them, that even for the shared access one, that those are still pretty good sized houses, and the price point on those, which I know is not a direct consideration that we have, is not necessarily super, attainable. And, I would be fine with adding a little bit more density here, considering that this is directly on Greenville Avenue, where it's, a 6-lane street going both ways. And with the idea that having 9 smaller units, potentially even attached, would provide some more attainable housing in the area. Not capital A affordable housing, but attainable housing that would hopefully be a product that more people in our city could afford to get into. With that said, I still think it's a good project. It's infill. I'm happy to support it, but wish that maybe the deal were struck a little differently.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Rubin. Any other comments, commissioners? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to case 14.
Case 14 is Z234306. It's an application for a specific use permit for a bar, lounge, or tavern and inside commercial amusement limited to a live music venue on a property zone Tract A within Planned Development District number 269, the Deep Ellum Near East Side District, on the southwest corner of Main Street and Malcolm X Boulevard. Staff's recommendation is approval for a 2-year period subject to site plan and staff's recommended conditions.
Thank you. See, the applicant is here.
Good afternoon, Rob Baldwin, 3904 Elm Street, Suite B. As stated, this is an SUP for a live music venue, which is in the Deep Ellum PD. Is a subset of, it's a type of commercial amusement inside. This current building is a commercial amusement inside. It's an event space. And so we're just asking for an SUP to allow it to be also a live music venue. Now, Commissioner Hampton was kind enough to share with me this morning approval letter or support letter from the Deep Ellum Foundation. There was a question on that about whether or not the lease has actually been signed. I don't know that, but I will find that out. I have been talking with both the owner and my client, because I did represent the owner when he first went in about 10 or 15 years ago into that space. And that's how I know that as to the parking, PD 269 exempts commercial amusement inside from parking in the first 5,000 square feet or 2,500 square feet. The other 2,500 square feet, it has Delta credits. So there is adequate parking for this. Commercial amusement inside and a live music venue park at the same amount because they're both commercial amusement inside. So I hope you can support this request. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Commissioners, questions for Mr. Baldwin? Questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Hampton, do you have a motion?
I do, and I have brief comments if I have a second. In the matter of Z234-306, I move to close the public hearing and approve the request for a 1-year period subject to site plan and staff's recommended conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hampton, for your motion. Commissioner Housetrack for your second. Comments?
Thank you to Mr. Baldwin and for the Deep Ellum Foundation. I know everyone's been engaged in this. It is a longtime owner. However, this is a new operator, but because the venue is in existence and it's one of the larger venues within Deep Ellum, the 1-year time frame is recommended just to make sure that they've got everything contributing more broadly to the Deep Ellum. I fully expect that this will be back here and be recommended for a longer period. It also allows them to address, I think, some of the other discussion and community feedback that I received on their request. So I thank Mr. Baldwin for working on it and ask you for your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Commissioners, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Follow staff recommendation for approval for a 1-year period subject to a site plan and staff's recommended conditions. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go to number 15.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes, and let the record reflect that Commissioner Kingston has a conflict on this item and has stepped out of the chamber.
Okay, item 15 is DCA 201-011, and it's consideration of amending chapters 51 and 51A of the Dallas Development Code, section 51.4.208, recreation and entertainment uses, section 51A-4.208, recreation uses and related sections, with consideration to be given to defining a use, private game club, and establishing appropriate zoning districts and development standards associated with the use. Staff recommendation is approval of the proposed amendments.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this item? Commissioners, any questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Houseright, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the matter of DCA 201-011, I move to keep the public hearing open and hold this matter under advisement until anticipated proceedings at the Supreme Court of Texas have concluded.
Thank you, Commissioner Houseright, for your motion. I will second it. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Go to number 16.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the City Plan Commission. Oscar Aguilera with Plan and Development. Item 16 is an application to create a new special provision sign district, Redbird Mall, on a property zone mixed-use District 2, bounded by East Camp Wisdom, US 67, and South Westmoreland Road. Staff recommendation is approval as briefed.
Thank you. See if the applicant is here.
Good afternoon, Rob Baldwin, 3904 Elm Street. This, as Oscar said at the briefing session, this is Redbird Mall, and this is a special purpose sign district for that. So we can treat all the property as a single unified sign district. As you know, this mall, I don't know if you've been down there lately, but this is not just a mall anymore. There's a hospital down there, there's other medical uses, there's apartments, there's community service centers, there is retail, there's a Tom Thumb coming in, and then there's still land to be developed. I want to especially thank Oscar and the sign team, Jason and Scott. They were very, very good at sitting down. We sat down with what we wanted to do, and they walked us through and created a document that was before you last time. But then I also have to, if I was wearing a hat, I would doff it to Commissioner Carpenter, because she spent, it must have been 4 or 5 hours going through that, pointing out irregularities or things that didn't quite match. And then she came and visited with us again, and we all sat down and talked about it. And I think we have it right this time. I think the request that we're asking is reasonable. I think it's thoughtful, and I think it will do a good job of making this mall be what it needs to be, because it's not just a mall. Like when you go to North Park Mall, you know what you're doing. You go in there and you know where you're going in there and you have the stores. This mall is different. It's surrounded by streets that have retail pad sites that are not all owned by the mall. And then once you get in there, you can't really see what's going on. So, and some of the uses, especially the Tom Thumb that's coming in down there, which everybody's excited about, doesn't really have frontage on Camp Wisdom. So you can't really see where it is. And so you can't have a sign on any of the other entrances showing how to get to that store. Same thing with the Baylor Scott and White. So happy to answer questions. I know it's a real esoteric issue. I think that we can all trust that Commissioner Carpenter spent this much time on it, and it works now. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hampton.
I just had one question. If there had been any consideration within the overall site that you have some pretty significant murals on one of the former department store buildings, if that was considered to be codified as a mural element or otherwise factored into considerations regarding signage?
I know we talked about it, and I understand that it's not like it's been protected, but it's allowed, because that is a beautiful mural.
Well, one might urge the applicant to consider some additional standards as if this body moves this forward. Thank you. Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Poole,
Chair.
Mr. Roper, right over there, and I will get with them, and we'll make sure that that's taken care of.
Simply note, I'm more than happy to assist with any language utilized on other conditions as may be helpful to the team.
Thank you.
Can I interject? We don't consider art if it's not commercial-based signage, so we don't regulate art in that fashion.
So, Mr. Poole, would it not be considered a mural similar to what we've done in other special sign districts?
I'm not sure that we define mural anywhere. We call them painted flat attached signs. If it is purely art, we're not going to regulate it. And I think one other thing we added to this one was that a depiction of a red bird would be considered art.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff, commissioners? Please.
It's on following the mural conversation, is there a way for us to protect murals in the city outside of sign district?
I mean, this is Laura Morrison, City Attorney's Office. There's no way to protect a mural in a special provision sign district because it's not a sign. So,
Is there a way outside of the sign?
you know, the way we protect property if it's historic would be, you know, a historic overlay if the property was historic, and then it could be addressed in a historic overlay possibly.
Thank you, Counsel.
Any other questions, commissioners? Seeing none, Commissioner Carpenter, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you. In the matter of SPSD 234-001, I move that we close the public hearing and follow staff recommendation of approval as briefed.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter for motion, Commissioner Hampton for your second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
And we go to our subdivision docket consent agenda items consisting of cases 17 through 24. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on any of those cases 17 through 24? Anyone want to be heard on any of those cases? Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
on
sir.
the subdivision consent docket, I want to note for the record that I received a communication regarding case number 23S234214, which I believe was sent to the entire body.
Yes, it was.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners. The consent agenda consists of 8 items. Item 17234-205, item number 18 S234-209, item number 19 S234-210, item number 20 S234-211, item number 21 S234-212, item number 22 S234-213, item number 23 S234-214, and item number 24 S234-215. Item number 17 S234-205 has been withdrawn. All cases have been posted for a hearing at this time, and staff recommendation is approval subject to compliance with the conditions listed in the docket and are as amended at the hearing. Item number 17.
Commissioners, any questions for any of these items, 17 through 24?
Which one was withdrawn?
Number 17 was withdrawn. Any questions, Commissioners? Seeing none. Commissioner Carpenter, do you have a motion?
Yes, in the matter of the subdivision consent agenda, items 18 through 24, I move that we close the public hearing and follow staff recommendation of approval, subject to compliance with the conditions listed in the docket.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, for your motion. Commissioner Hampton for your second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. We'll go to 25.
Item number 25, S234-073R. It is an application to revise a previously approved preliminary plat, S234-073, to replat a 6.5-acre tract of land containing all of lots 1 and 2 in city block E/5313 to create a 15-lot shared access development with lots ranging in size from 0.3 acre, that is 16,604.44 square feet, to 0.54 acre, that is 23,360.24 square feet, on property located on Buckner Boulevard, State Highway Loop number 12 at Hermosa Drive, West Corner. 23 notices were sent to the property owners within 200 feet of the property on October 4, 2024, and we have received 1 reply in favor and 2 replies in opposition to this request. Staff recommendation is approval, subject to compliance with the conditions listed in the docket and or as amended at the hearing.
Thank you. See the applicant is here.
Yeah, good afternoon. Rob Baldwin, 3904 Elm Street, Suite B. You may remember this was a case we heard in March of this year. We're not changing the number of lots. We're not changing the size of lots. All we're doing is, this was the original site plan. It's kind of hard to see. We had an L Street. It kind of went from Hermosa and went into Buckner. Turns out Buckner is a TxDOT street, and TxDOT wasn't so keen on that idea, and neither was the city staff. So we've actually made that street a cul-de-sac. That's the only change to this. Same number of lots, they're all generally all the same size. So we think it makes it first safer. TxDOT thinks it makes it safer, as does the city transportation department. I can go through, I have all the backup materials. We want to go back through what we did in March, but no one wants to do that. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioners? Any questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Sleeper, do you have a motion?
Yes, in the matter of case S234-073R, I move we close the public hearing and approve this in accordance with the staff recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner Sleeper, for your motion. Commissioner Chernock for your second. All those in favor, any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 26, S234-206. It is an application to replat a 8.732 acre tract of land containing all of Lot 2 in City Block A/6773 to create a 32-lot single-family subdivision with lots ranging in size from 0.069 acre, that is 3,100 square foot, to 5.230 acre, that's 227,837 square foot lot, and common areas, and to dedicate a right-of-way on property located at the terminus of Cian Road west of Bruton Road. 19 notices were sent to the property owners within 200 feet of the property on October 4, 2024. We have received 0 reply in favor and 0 reply in opposition to this request. Staff recommendation is approval, subject to the compliance with the condition listed in the docket and or as amended at the hearing.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this item? Is our registered speaker online? Yes, he is.
Yes, I'm online.
Yes, sir. We're ready for your comments.
I'm not sure if you guys can see on video. But I've got no comments on this. I'm just here to answer questions and thank staff for all their help getting it to this point.
Is your
A bunch of
camera on,
questions.
sir? Oh, you can get on, yeah, I'm sorry. If you can't, there it is. We can see you now. Well, there you go. We can see you now. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just, no comments from me. I just wanted to be here for questions and thank staff for all their help before submittal. I had a bunch of questions on this one, so that's it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Questions for staff? Okay, no questions. Commissioner Wheeler, do you have a motion? 26. The mic.
In a matter of S234-206, I move to follow staff recommendations, subject to compliance with the condition listed in the docket. Close the public hearing and follow staff recommendation of approval, subject to compliance with the condition listed in the docket.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler, for your motion. I will second it. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioners, we will be briefing that. Thank you. We'll be briefing number 27 before we hear it.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
could we take a break? I would like to ask maybe David Navarez a couple of questions regarding this case.
Okay.
And I'd see if he or someone from engineering can be here.
Perfect. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll allow him to come down.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Commissioners, it is 2:42. Sorry for the long delay, the staff discussion. We're back on the record at 2:42. We are going to brief item number 27. We do need a brief, right? 27? Yes, okay. We're ready.
Okay, residency replat S234-207.
It is an application to replat a 0.414 acre, that is 18,020 square feet, tract of land containing all of Lot 3 in City Block 12/6616 to create one 8,232 square feet lot and one 9,788 square foot lot on property located on High Mesa Drive north of High Bluff Drive. So this is the zoning map. The zoning is R7.5 single family district. The minimum lot area requirement for R7.5 is 7,500 square feet. There is an existing 30-foot platted building line along High Mesa Drive, and the zoning front yard setback is 25 feet and side and rear yard setback is 5 feet. That's an aerial map, and we are right there at the corner. So this is the plat map, just the face of the plat map. The proposed lot areas are 8,232 square feet and 9,788 square feet out of the platted, one platted piece of property. And the proposed lot width is 25.68 feet each. And existing use is vacant, and the proposed use is residential. And all those highlighted are the width in the surrounding areas, which ranges from 50 feet to 60 feet. There are 52 feet. So minimum lot width in the immediate vicinity is 50 feet, and the proposed lot width is 25.68 feet. And this is the existing area analysis map. Those are the areas. This is it's a little unique lot, which is at the kind of pie shape and with the street alignment. It already have 50 foot of right-of-way, 50 foot of frontage, and the area is 18,000. Is around 18,000. So it's a big lot. So staff recommendation is denial based on section 51A 8.503. The proposed lot width is double the size small than the smallest lot width in the immediate adjacent areas. Staff recommendation denial. Any questions?
Questions, Commissioners? Vice Chair Rubin?
Yeah, I'm looking at the language of 8.503, and, it starts off with the language conforming with depth and area to pattern, and then it lists a number of things that we have to have due regard for beyond, in addition, and the last one is the proposed layout of the streets, and this is on a curved corner lot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in order to, I guess, how did you take into account the layout of the streets here?
So the reason this corner lot is kind of larger is because whenever this subdivision was platted, and the way the street goes kind of curve and goes to the south, that's the reason that lot is basically basically larger than the other in the adjacent areas. But now we are proposing, the request is to kind of divide that lot into two lots, which will be creating very narrow lot width. And that's the reason staff is recommending denial.
And it seems to me at this corner, there's almost an inverse relationship between lot size in terms of area and the lot width along the frontage. Is that fair to say?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Can you repeat the question again?
There's like since we have this curved corner, it seems like there's almost an inverse relationship between lot width and lot area. If lot width goes, I'm sorry, a correlation between lot width and lot area, right? If lot width goes up, area needs to go up, right?
Yes, again, it's very unique, unique lot. Obviously, since it's in that corner, the lot area is way larger than the other area in the immediate vicinity. And that's how it was platted, but again, by dividing that lot into two lots, it's creating very narrow lot width.
Thank you for obliging my efforts to talk about geometry, which it's been a long time since I took that class in high school.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes, Ms. Sharma, thank you. The report states that the proposed lots would conform to existing R7.5 zoning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. It also states that you recommend denial because the proposed lot width at street would only be 25.68 feet. Correct?
That's correct.
The rest of the characteristics of the lot and the two lots adjacent to it, they're compliant with both the zoning and with Section 51A 8.503.
The proposed request does comply with zoning requirement R7.5, but staff finds that it doesn't comply with Section 8.503.
Okay. Is one deviation like the lot size at the street sufficient to deny a replat request? I'm thinking the answer is yes, because you made that you made that recommendation.
Yes, staff thinks that the proposed lot width is very narrow compared to the other, which is like double the size, smaller than the smallest lot width in the adjacent areas.
Okay, thank you. So that one characteristic alone is enough to deny a request?
Yes.
But the report also states that the commission can approve the request subject to conditions listed in the report, correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Forsyth.
What would be the conditions in the report? If you said we had the option of approving it subject to conditions, what would those conditions be?
Yeah, it's listed in the condition. There are, so it's 207. There are 19 conditions from different departments. So if the commissioner approve this request, then they have to comply with those 19 conditions. That condition are from paving, drainage, water, wastewater, arborist, like including those.
And if I may, for clarification, those are listed in our docket, correct? I think it's page 3.
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
And just for further clarification on cases that, is it correct that on cases that are staff recommendation for denial on a plat like this, staff still goes ahead and creates all those conditions in case this body chooses to approve it? That way, all that due diligence already happened and doesn't have to start over.
That's correct.
Okay. And also just back to the, the length width. Yeah, if you're looking at 27D, and as you know, we don't visit these, we're not allowed to go visit. So we just look at this area plan and we have to imagine what it would look like with the frontage there on the curve cut in half. And so is that part of the analysis that staff does, is they look at kind of the rhythm of the street there, and although it's kind of broken there on the left side of High Mesa Drive as you take that curve, but that one there would be cut in half.
Yes.
Any other questions for Commissioner Carpenter?
Ms. Sharesta, 8.503 says lots must conform in width, depth, and area. It's not width, depth, or area, or, it's all three. Width, depth, and area, correct?
That's correct.
And so staff's determination is that these lots fail the pattern because of width, that they are half the size of most of the lots in the area, or less than half.
Yes, again, this is it's a corner lot, and so usually corner lots are always larger than the other lots, so.
Right. But to cut it in two, the width becomes
Yes.
half.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sleeper.
So I'd like to ask staff if I assume that most of these homes have fairly small front yards, but if this plan were enacted and if the request was approved and you had 2 front yards there, would there be room for some front yard in each home, or would it be just 2 driveways, and are these front entry driveways?
There will be some issue. Again, we don't look into this permitting, but whenever they come to get the permit for those structure, there will be issue with some frontages having the driveway. There are some options like doing mutual access and all those things, but again, it's a plating. We don't look into it, but yeah, definitely having 2 driveway, there might be some issue with having 2 driveway on individual lots.
Well, I'm not really sure that I fully understood your answer, but are you saying that you don't take into account the actual things like the driveway width and the front yard width when you look at a case like this?
Yeah, because whenever it goes for permitting, they do have to have all those curve and everything, right? So at this point of time, whenever they submit us plat, we don't look into those because it's not reviewed by our plans examiner or whoever regarding the drive approach. But since being that 50-foot and split into 25 and 26 and 26, there might be some issue with the drive approach, but there are some options, if it gets approved, there are some options having mutual access, but having mutual access is going to be different than the existing neighborhood lot pattern.
Okay, but this is not part of your reason for denial, is that
Yes,
correct?
our part is just because the proposed lot width is way smaller, double the size or smaller than the smallest lot width in the immediate vicinity.
Thank you.
Commissioner Turnout.
You mentioned that in that last talking point that it's a half. So a half relative to what's on the block currently?
Yes, that's correct.
So what would be your threshold where it would then conform? So if we're at 25 and a little bit, would it need to be 45, 40, 38, 55? Like what number would it then cross the threshold for you to say it does conform?
So right now, if I'm looking at the map, the smallest is 49.57, which is 50 foot. That's the lot width. That's the smallest lot width. And it goes from 60 to 70. So there are larger than 50 feet. The one they are creating, even if I take the smallest lot width, 50 feet, the one they are proposing is half the size of whatever the smallest lot width in the immediate vicinity. So that's gonna start things that's not gonna be compatible with the neighborhood lot pattern, existing lot pattern.
Yeah, but the question was, first of all, I'm not sure I'm clear. I see a lot that's 40. Or maybe not looking that correctly. You're saying the smallest is 49?
The one you're seeing 40 is, I think that's 40 plus 20. I need to check. 207.
Help us with that one, Commissioner.
Okay, I see. Okay. So back to the original question, what would be the specific number? If 25 is, I understand, we're just speaking kind of generally. So, but for you, what would the number need to be for it then to start to conform?
I don't have exact number, like it should be 45 or 42, but if it was around since if we are taking at 50, maybe if it was around like 40, 45, it is almost closer to the lot width, but having 25 feet is like way smaller.
Commissioner Hall?
I have questions for that. Oh, sorry, I have questions for the applicant.
We'll get to, we'll get to that in just a minute when we begin the hearing. Any other questions for staff, commissioners? Okay. Can we read that into the record?
Were there any objections for the notification list? Were there objections? Or what was the response to the notifications?
2 replies in opposition. None in support.
2 in opposition, none in support. Commissioners, any other questions? Vice Chair Rubin.
Since plating is ministerial, what role, if any, do the responses that we get in the reply packet play in our decision making? Since plating is a ministerial duty that we have to, we have a ministerial duty to approve a plat that complies with state law and our local ordinances. What role, if any, should replies in support or opposition play in our plating decision making?
Right, so plating is a ministerial function of the City Plan Commission. The responses in favor or opposition is just for your information, but it's not something that the commission should rely on in making a decision to approve or deny submitted plat. What you should focus on only are the plat regulations in Article 8 of Chapter 51A.
Thank you both. Any other questions for staff, commissioners? Okay, we'll get that right into the record and we'll begin the hearing.
Item number 27, S234-207. It is an application to replat a 0.414 acre, that is 8,020 square feet tract of land containing all of Lot 33 in City Block 12/6616 to create one 8,232 square foot lot and one 9,788 square foot lot on property located on High Mesa Drive north of High Bluff Drive. 28 notices were sent to the property owners within 200 feet of the property on October 4, 2024. We have received 0 reply in favor and 2 replies in opposition to this request. Staff recommendation is denial. However, should the commission approve the request, staff recommend that the approval be subject to compliance with the condition listed in the docket or as amended at the hearing.
Thank you very much. I see the applicant is here. Can you begin with your name and address for the record, sir?
Okay, ready for me? Okay, Stuart Ploy, Dallas Planning Associates, P.O. Box 670097, Dallas 75367, representing the applicant, Rizos Land Group, Northwest Highway, LLC. Okay, what we're proposing is, I understand that the objection that the city has about the lot width to begin with, this lot is probably the largest lot in subdivision at 18,000 square feet, the zoning 7,500 square feet. We've talked to our architect. He's told us that he can use it. He can design 2 homes to go on it. What we are willing to volunteer is a mutual access agreement for front driveway that would straddle the front 2 property lines entering off High Mesa Drive. So there would only be 1 point of entry. And just whatever we'll have to have our civil engineer and the surveyor handle that and do the legal documentation. But it makes sense just to have a single entry and then just split it. Yes, the lot is existing lot, excessively large. They'll be long and narrow lots, but they'll meet all the setbacks of R 7.5, and they are buildable. That we can go in and build 2 brand new homes. I might add, this subdivision, there's been no new construction since it was originally developed in, I think, 1962 by Fox and Jacobs. So I've talked to adjoining property owners, people in the area, they're in favor of it. So we just need to work out the technical aspects, I think.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes, that pretty much wraps it up. I think so. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, Commissioner Hall.
Mr. Puller, thank you for being here. I have some questions, and a lot of it is just to explain the process here. So, you know, as you sort of heard, we commissioners are very limited in how we can evaluate these residential replats. For example, I can't go visit the location in advance. I can't discuss a case with you or any other your representatives, and I can't visit the neighbors. So you are aware of this now. So
okay.
Okay. And you're aware that the only evaluation I'm allowed is this case report that staff that we're referring to today.
Yes, I've reviewed it.
Okay. Did you get a copy of this report? Did you download it from, it's public, in the public domain now?
Yes, well, I've got complete report.
Okay, excellent. And so you know that the contents of this report, and you know that staff's recommendation is for denial?
Yes.
Okay. I'm correct in stating that you're not requesting a zoning change, that zoning would remain as R75?
Yes.
You're requesting to replat an 18,000 plus square foot lot into two smaller ones, 8,200 square feet roughly and 9,800 square feet roughly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you agree that the vast majority of lots in this subdivision are rectangular in shape, with footages roughly 7,500 to 8,400 square feet? Okay. So looking at staff's report, I see that the subject lot and the one to the west and the one to the south are unusual lots. They sit on that corner and they're significantly larger than the rest of the neighborhood. And your lot is an irregularly shaped pentagon of 18,000 square feet.
That's correct.
Correct, okay. And so you've notified us now that you are planning to build one single-family home on each of the two new lots.
That's correct.
So I would be correct in assuming that you chose not to keep this as one large lot and build a oversized house that would be out of character with the neighborhood?
Well, yes, it makes more sense to subdivide it. It gives you a lot more options.
Okay, thank you. And I think you've been made aware by talking to staff that the 25.68 foot lot frontage on the street is likely not going to be permittable unless you went with this shared access, mutual access agreement.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Puller.
Okay, we would be willing to enter
into that.
Whether it's in the form of a deed restriction or whatever that's required. We'll have our civil engineer and our architect and surveyor prepare the necessary documents.
Okay.
For the mutual access agreement. So we just simply have one single point of entry coming off the street for driveway.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners? Any other questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Hall, do you have a motion?
I do, Mr. Chair, thank you. In the case number S234207, I move to close the public hearing and not follow staff's recommendation, but instead approve the application subject to the conditions listed in the docket and to the applicant's stated agreement to provide a mutual access agreement.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, for your motion, and Vice Chair Rubin for your second. Discussion? Commissioner Carpenter.
I won't be able to support the motion because my analysis of, the only standard we have, 8.503, shows that these lots would completely and significantly fail in the area of width, and I believe the mutual access agreement to be irrelevant to the decision about the lots.
Mr. Rubin.
I agree with Commissioner Carpenter in that I don't think the mutual access agreement is relevant to my decision here, but I do find that this meets the standard of 8.503 because 8.503 allows us, in considering the width of the lot, to consider the layout of the streets, and considering that this is on a curved corner, to make a lot that is smaller in size, closer to the 7,500 square foot minimum lot size. You do have to get smaller in width. So I am ultimately do conclude, in my view, that this does meet the requirements of 8.503.
Any other, Commissioner Hall?
Mr. Chair, counsel has told me I need to clarify something, that the issue of a mutual access entry is not a platting issue, rather it's a permitting issue, so we can take it out of the motion. So the motion would simply be that we do not follow staff's recommendation, but approve the application to conditions listed in the docket.
Noted. And it's okay by Vice Chair Rubin. Any other comments, commissioners? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have 2 in opposition. Motion passes. Number 28.
Item number 28, S234-208. It is an application to replat a 0.445 acre, that is 19,375 square feet, tract of land containing all of Lot 11 in City Block 23/6890 to create 3 lots ranging in size from 6,442 square feet to 6,467 square feet on property located in Loyola Street at Camrock Drive, northeast corner. 21 notices were sent to the property owners within 200 feet of the property on October 4, 2024. We have received 0 reply in favor and 0 reply in opposition to this request. Staff recommendation is approval, subject to compliance with the conditions listed in the docket and or as amended at the hearing.
Thank you very much. There's nobody in the chamber, no registered speakers. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Carpenter, do you have a motion?
In the matter of S234-208, I move that we close the public hearing and follow staff recommendation of approval, subject to compliance with the conditions listed in the docket.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, for your motion. Vice Chair Rubin for your second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Number 29.
Item number 29, NC234-006. It is an application to change West Ledbetter extension between South Maryfield Road and Spur 408 to Grady Newville Road. The above item has been advertised for a hearing at this time. 6 notices were sent to the owners of properties abutting West Ledbetter extension on September 16, 2024. Newspaper notice was published on September 16, 2024, and notification signs were put up along with Ledbetter extension on July 18, 2024. We have received 1 reply in favor and 1 reply in opposition to this request. Staff recommendation is approval. Subdivision Review Committee on August 8, 2024, by unanimous vote, recommended approval.
No one is here, no registered speakers. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Herbert, do you have a motion?
In the case of NC 234006, I move to follow staff's and SRC's recommendation and approve the change as recommended.
Thank you, Commissioner Herbert, and thank you, Vice Chair Rubin, for the second. Discussion?
You guys know Capella Park has truck problems. We think this will help reduce trucks coming through the neighborhood by aligning the street as it should have been as originally planned. Thank you.
Mr. Rubin.
Is there a history lesson on Grady Niblo coming?
There is. You ready? No,
We'll take that
I
one
can go
offline.
on now. But
That's an after-hearing history lesson. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Before we get to the calendar, we didn't take a motion and a vote on the minutes. We had a chance to review those. Nope. Okay, let's get a motion for that. Commissioner Carpenter. Mr. Rubin.
For our October 10th, 2024 meeting minutes, I move that we hold them under advisement until our November 7th meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin, for your motion. I will second it. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll now look at our calendar, 2025 Plan Commission calendar. Does everybody have a copy of the calendar? Or is not? So everyone has a copy of the calendar? The one we discussed last time. You didn't have a printout? Does everybody have a printout? No?
I can share.
Mr. Chair, there were two versions of the calendar, correct?
I think so, although the discussion was very preliminary.
Yes. So, sorry, Commissioners, the discussion we had, yes, we had two versions. I would still like to ask you to consider, kindly, respectfully ask you to consider the alternate version, which is the one that takes the January first meeting off, and we're still at January 23rd. And if you look in your calendars, we actually have more meetings than this calendar year because we're adding the one in April or May, whatever we had off, because the National APA Conference doesn't need, it lines up with our time off, and we can all, including yourself, go have an option to go. So we're proposing still the same calendar that we tried to discuss last time, 22 meetings, and it's still the first meeting in January would be January 23rd. And I will go back to just refresh our memories. Obviously, January 2nd would be very rough for all of us. January 9th, we are proposing to have that off because all the deadlines and every kind of packet preparations falls on holidays, of course. And it's a holiday, again, for the applicants, for yourselves, for us as well. And then the same with January 16th. So both 9th and 16th have deadlines or preparation, again, applicants and yourselves that are the entire month of December. It may be Christmas, it may be New Year, so we wanted to be kind with you all. And I will also remind you that we have the same situation for this calendar year. We only had one meeting in December and the second one in January.
Commissioners, and just for further context, we do have the City Council meeting for 2025, and their voting agenda calendar consists of 19 meetings. They take July off. They don't meet in July at all. They have one meeting in March, one meeting in November, and one meeting in December, for a total of 19. Again, our schedule for 2024 for this year was 21 meetings, and this proposed has 22. So one more than this year and 3 more than council is meeting. Any thoughts on that? Commissioner Carpenter.
Well, I have the same comment that I had the first time, which is that a 7-week gap in CPC meetings is just unacceptable. I know council, my understanding is they meet until December the 18th and come back on like January the 6th, something like that. And I just think that that's just an unacceptable amount of time. It's going to make the December hearing docket very difficult, and then it's going to make anything that has to be delayed, a 7-week delay for a developer is going to be quite extreme. It just seems to me that we need to have another meeting in there somewhere. And as far as deadlines falling during the holidays, if there isn't a meeting from December the 4th until, say, early January, there's a lot of time in there to get reports done, but I don't think anyone's listening to me, so I'll stop.
Commissioner Kingston.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Carpenter. I mean, if we're talking about scheduling things, almost 2 months off seems like a lot. And while I'm sympathetic to having deadlines over the holidays, it does seem like you could plan in advance for that. And if we're talking about having the same number of meetings, I'd rather have one of the July meetings or something off so we could plan for family travel. And when, you know, some of the folks around here have kids or are going to be out of school. And I mean, that's a more attractive idea to me than having all of it off at once. I don't particularly care if we have it off in July. I just think that not meeting for 7 weeks, there's the perception that this body's not working very hard. And when people show up here at 10:30 and we're not back in session for 2 hours, and that's becoming more and more common, I think then having 7 weeks off is just feeding into that. And I mean, I just don't think that this is the way to approach it. And you've got plats that need to be dealt with every 30 days. And so our solution is, well, we just won't accept filings from the public. I'm not in favor of that either. I don't think that's a great solution.
I have to admit, that's the first time I've heard that there's a perception this body doesn't work hard. Okay. Really? Is there? Okay. That's a new one to me. Other comments? Commissioner Sleeper.
I think more precisely, the perception is that the department doesn't work hard.
Okay, that's different. Commissioner Sleeper, followed by, go ahead.
July would definitely be preferable. I have a little one. But you know, I would like that May 8th taken off, you know? There are some staff members with planning and urban design that will be at UNT that day. Or do you forget, Andrea? I know it's not that big for the city, but that's graduation day. But I would prefer July for kids. And plus, whenever we come back on long breaks in January, we're here till midnight.
Commissioner Sleeper.
Well, I wanted to echo the concept of taking off in July. Seems to make a lot of sense. As the council takes off all of July, and I think it would make sense for this body to do the same thing. And I, for one, would be willing to reduce my compensation accordingly.
Vice Chair Rubin.
Yeah, I understand, you know, both sides of this. I do lean in favor of not having a first January meeting ultimately, because in my view, it would force staff to cram a heck of a lot of work into early December, which they wouldn't otherwise have to do or work over the holidays, which is not an ideal solution. And, you know, I'm sure there is plenty of public perception out there, but I do know that members of our staff do work quite hard, and I want them to have a a good holiday and not having to be cranking out zoning cases on Christmas Eve or anything like that. I'll also add that if we need to talk about, things not moving quickly around here, it's also important to look at the mirror, because myself included, when I work cases, ultimately end up holding cases, in some cases, multiple times. So if we're concerned about the speed at which things progress around, in zoning cases around here, one thing that we need to do is, I think, ourselves make sure that when cases are coming to the horseshoe, that we've tried to do as much work in advance as possible, so we don't have to hold them multiple times, if not even once. So I think if we can be really diligent about working our cases and getting them through, then I'm not concerned about going with version 2 of this document. I think it may require us working harder at other points in the year, but it ultimately makes a better schedule for us and staff and the public.
Yes, please.
I just wanted to make a small comment. So for this calendar year, we had the same situation with second one in December off and first in January off. We had 6 weeks separation. It worked fine. I will remind you, it was CPC's also request to take the first in January off. And I told you the year before we had a January 5th CPC meeting, and everything was held because there was no chance to have community meetings. So it's not a new situation. Another fact that probably is important for y'all to know, including us, is this calendar year we have 21 CPC meetings. What we're proposing you is 22 meetings, so nobody's working less. And also, if you're thinking about a July, again, you can think about taking the entire July off, or you can think and go to 20 meetings, or you can think about taking only one in July off, whatever. Just keep in mind, again, we're not proposing a calendar that has less meetings than this year. We're proposing a calendar that has more.
If I may.
Please, Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you. So I appreciate Dr. Adrea's context, because that's actually what I went back to do, is to see. We had a gap, if we will, last December to this December. I think one of the differences is, and perhaps it's not significant, but the meeting was a week sooner. So it was the week of January the 18th, which for this calendar would make it on the 16th, which then also gives us 2 weeks between the January and February meetings. And I think I'm hearing that part of what the challenge is it puts some of the deadlines essentially in the break between Christmas and the New Year holiday. But I know that's frequent in my profession, that we have to cover things that are going on. And I'm wondering if it isn't possible, again, if we can set our calendar far enough in advance, as Vice Chair Rubin was observing, that we know things are coming, that we get our work done up front and try to get ahead of some of those. I know they're still posting, there's still 10-day notices, but hopefully on the 16th, that would put it after the New Year holiday. So is that anything that's an option?
No, the deadlines for the 16th are New Year's Eve. But as I said, also another fact, the meetings that are set in the calendar counts towards your absences. You always have the option to call special call meetings that do not count towards your absence. You also have an option to call a second meeting in December if you wish, to shorten the gap. I think the second one in December has deadlines somewhere, Thanksgiving, or first in December, something like that. Again, I do appreciate that I'm speaking on behalf of staff, but I also am speaking on behalf of applicants, community meetings, and communities. And experience showed us that, as I said last time as well, usually December, we don't even get a lot of zoning applications because, yes, people do take vacation in December as well as July.
Mr. Chair. Commissioner Wheeler, followed by Commissioner Kingston.
I'm still on. I have nothing to say. I actually corrected my graduation is on the 9th, so I'm okay with it. But I do want to. My graduation is on the 9th.
Look for our invitations.
They don't, we don't have seating anymore, first come, serve, at UNT. But July, I still would, want one of those. They look at us having, maybe, having the 24th off, or the 10th off, one of them, so we can freely travel with some kids.
Commissioner Kingston, second round.
Well, this is something we talked about last time. Maybe instead of having a zoning docket, we could have a meeting where we work on code amendments or something else that would be less intensive for staff and would not require them to have deadlines over the holidays. It's a compromise position.
Which, again, do you want to have a special call in December, or do you want to have another one in January? Still, as I said, and I will say again, at the end of the day, it's your calendar. You need to meet quorum around holidays. You need to work the cases together with the applicants as well. Agenda preparation involves more teams, but that's okay.
Mr. Chair?
You have a follow-up, please?
I don't have a preference on December or January. I was just looking for something that was easier to explain than we had 7 weeks off.
We might have something here coming up.
Can I make a motion
Please.
to go with version 1 of the proposed schedule, subject to the following changes? First off,
I printed the revised one, so I don't know what version 1 is.
I will.
Okay, stand by. We'll get your copy.
So in January, that would be the suggestion to the chair that we have a special called meeting on January 16th to work on code amendments. Yes, January 16th, and striking the July 24th meeting and having it as a day off. So that would be, what?
Meet on the 10th, but not
We would meet on July 10th, but not July 24th.
And you want the 16th to not be a calendar, but an option for a special call?
It would be with the suggestion that the chair call a special called meeting. So, if we needed flexibility on that special called meeting, I defer to the chair to figure that out. But it's not having an official meeting for a variety of reasons. Or a scheduled meeting, not any meeting would be an official meeting, but no scheduled meeting on the 16th, but the suggestion that we call a meeting on the 16th.
So that would be total 21 meetings, plus the special call.
Yes.
I'll second it myself. Comments, commissioners? Commissioner Kingston?
Why wouldn't we just set it? Why would we have a specially called meeting?
So don't count against us.
Yeah, but what's the point? You're not going to be here? Yeah, I mean, no, I'm saying, if we're setting our calendar now a couple months in advance, why wouldn't we just set the meeting?
Just in case.
That's actually a good question, but if we set a meeting, I think the distinction is what you're saying is it's not a zoning meeting. It's not, we won't be voting on items. And so if we put it on the agenda, can we specify that meeting? So you just don't take intake that way, or how?
Let me just.
We will intake. We intake all the time. I want everybody to know.
I know what I'm saying is you're not, the process will know that this is not a voting meeting.
Let me just revise my motion to make it a regular meeting. I think I'm trying to get too clever there. So just a regular meeting on the 16th with the intent that would be solely for code amendments.
And can we do that? Can we issue an agenda like that, or do we have to do?
So if we have zoning cases that are tracking, they will track. If we have code amendments that are tracking, they will track. The only thing that is pulling a trigger is Exactly. Exactly, I was going to explain that.
Would be training, would be something productive.
The only thing that sets the agenda is the plats. So if we know that we have a meeting that is scheduled, plats will have to track that.
Okay.
But all the others are like very, depending if they're ready or not.
So the advantage of a specially called meeting was that we could set our own agenda?
Yes.
Without zoning.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense.
Okay, let's go back to my original motion, as people wiser than I have explained it better.
Discussion, commissioners, are we even on the same page, even close? Commissioner House-Dry?
Well, a meeting where we sort of promise ourselves we're going to do code amendments assumes that we're going to have something to talk about. And my limited experience on ZOAC is that I can't discern the rhythm or the pace of what things just sort of happen when they happen. So, that's just my editorial remarks.
The only comment that I want to make is that we have a code amendment that left the ZOAC and is pending CPC. That's it. We don't, and there's the parking code
I'll
amendment.
go say, that's parking.
Yeah. Which we all know will probably generate lots of passionate public opinion on all sides. So I think a meeting solely addressing that would actually be a great idea. We can roll up our sleeves and get to work.
May I ask, what is the
Please.
reason for the 16th for the called meeting, since we have a meeting on the 23rd as opposed to the 9th, which would give us some gap?
It would give staff a little breathing room, I
Well, they'd
think.
have breathing room between the 4th and the 9th.
Breathing room between the 4th and, well, I don't know, maybe just make people's holidays a little bit better.
Is that December to New Year's Eve? That's a holiday for, I'm thinking in general for families, right? Or anybody who celebrates New Year's or end of December.
Comments? We have a motion.
Can I just read it
Please.
back in? So the motion that we are considering is January 16th at a special called meeting and remove January 10th. July.
No, remove July 24th.
July, thank you.
January 23rd?
Okay, let's read them in, please.
I can read the dates of the calendar if that's easier. So for 2025, we're going to have, we're talking about Thursday's meeting. So we're going to have a special called meeting on January 16th, a regular meeting on the 23rd. For February, we're going to have a meeting the 6th and the 20th. For March, we're going to have a meeting the 6th and the 20th. For April, we're going to have a meeting 10th and 24th. May is going to be meeting 8th and 22nd. June is going to have a meeting on the 12th and the 26th. July is going to have a meeting on the 10th. August is going to have a meeting on the 7th and 21st. September is going to have a meeting 4th and 18th. October is going to have a meeting 9th and 23rd. November is going to have a meeting 6th and 20th, which by the way is my birthday. December is going to have a meeting on the 4th, and that's it. The 4th, and that's it. That's only one meeting in December.
Oh, is it?
Mine is a Thursday, but it's off.
Okay, so. One very quick clarification.
Yeah, I just want to clarify one thing. Special called meetings can only be called by the chair. If it's on your calendar, then it is by definition a regular meeting. So, I mean, I think,
It's a prediction of the future here.
yeah, it would be, we're just leaving that open to give the chair the option to call a special called meeting at that time in January.
Absolutely. Okay, any other discussion, commissioners?
Graduation?
Yeah. Is that an invite to the party? Commissioner Carpenter.
I need a clarification. So if we have a meeting set for the 16th, it has to be considered a regular meeting if it's on our calendar.
Yes, but we can consider this conversation as the chair's call to call it, and it's not going to show on the calendars, but we're going to proceed with the chair's instruction to call that meeting. Which is, that's what we do for emergency. Remember when we have freezes, the chair has the power to cancel a meeting and call a specially called, and that's what happens on inclement weather. So we're going to treat it like a specially called meeting. We know we have it in our internal working calendars. You will know about it, but it's not going to be on the official meeting calendar.
Any other comments, Commissioner? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? One in opposition, motion passes. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Vice Chair Rubin, seconded by myself. It is 3:44. Commissioners, thank you for your hard work. Thank you to staff. Our meeting is adjourned.